shit. That's what I'm talking about.
Wait! Okay, now, from the beginning.
Hit it, boys.
Sitting in the crowd smoking big cigars. I hope you're ready for what's coming now. I'm the one, I'm the lady that will bring it down. There's a joint on the corner where the big boys play, where the whiskey's running like the rivers, but they all never come for the booze and bass. I'm the one, I'm the lady that'll rock this place. That'll rock this place. That'll rock this place. Rock this place, rock this place, rock this
From the beginning. Okay, now.
Are you ready?
corner where the big boys play.
When learning is purposeful, creativity blossoms.
When creativity blossoms, thinking emanates. When thinking emanates, knowledge is fully lit. And when knowledge is lit, economy flourishes. So said one of the greatest souls that ever lived, our celebrated ex-president, Shri APJ Abdul Kalam Sahab. And I thought this would be a befitting start for all you young guns who have a dream. I'm very sure of that. Right? Now, boys and girls, this may be a very, very uncertain times for all of us. But the one thing that remains true is that there is a simple power in people coming together to share knowledge and, of course, build a strong community towards the same goal, so to speak. A very good afternoon to each and every one of you. I am your Sutradhar Pallavi Valia Raj, and I invite all you wonderful people to the 8th edition of the Edutainment Show Live 2020, Asia's largest design and media education festival. So this is a 10-day extravaganza, boys and girls, and this education seminar with 150 plus industry stalwarts sharing insights through webinars, through panel discussions and workshops every single day. My God, that's happening just for you. So you definitely are special, right? Now, I must tell you, we've hosted about 7 seasons of this particular show since 2013. Yes, 2013 that is. And through the participation of several institutes and several accomplished industry experts in the past, we've actually very proudly so been able to guide lakhs and lakhs of students through exciting career choices in the creative studies. All right, so you're not going to lose out at all, because you are witness that we are actually continuing our tradition this year as well through this virtual edition of the Edutainment Show. So it is day 5 already, and we definitely promise you that we're going to be bringing you the very best up to the 20th of June 2020. So don't go anywhere, just remain with us, right? And before we even start, I'd definitely like to share with you that there's an exciting virtual event which is happening simultaneously. So I definitely want you to please go ahead, log in to www.edutainmentshow.in. Once again, www.edutainmentshow.in, and register there for sure, because this is India's first 3D virtual education exhibition event for media and design, and you're going to be partaking of that. Now, only if you register do you have the chance to even participate in a fantastic contest that we've put together for you. So let me tell you a little bit about the steps of the contest. The first thing you have to do, of course, is register to the 3D Virtual Expo. I just mentioned it to you, but once again, www.edutainmentshow.in. The step 2 is to log in to enter the Virtual Expo, all right? Step 3 is to visit all the stalls and look for 3 cookies. Okay, you have to look for 3 cookies in the document section from 3 different stalls. Got that? All right. And the 4th step is, of course, to collect all the 3 cookies and send the screenshots to us. Now, note this down very carefully. You have to send it to us on this email ID, edu_giveaway, GIVEAWAY at Event Capital. That's EVENTCAPITAL.in. Got that? edu_giveaway at eventcapital.in. Now, step 5, of course, 3 lucky winners get a chance to win Amazon vouchers worth 1,000 rupees each every single day. So please do not lose out on this opportunity, guys. This is a big one, all right? Now, we also have for you another freebie that you can definitely partake of. It's a free aptitude test and career counseling by Ecole Intuit Lab, Raffles, Instituto Marangoni, Silica, and Whistling Woods International. But these are limited, okay, in terms of their slots available. So hurry, hurry, hurry. And you can also do this by, of course, logging into the Edutainment Show Live. And you have to go ahead and type www.vx.edutainmentshow.in. Okay, so please go right ahead. https:// that's twice vx.edutainmentshow.in/. Okay, just for all you geeks out there. And of course, you can also call in on 98192 39193. Once again, 98192 39193. It is. Okay, so, before we actually kickstart this awesome day 5, I just want to be able to share with each and every one of you that you are very special. You're geniuses. You definitely are special to each and everybody who's around you, your friends, your family. So please do make sure that you keep safe, and do make sure that you reach out to people by talking to them, by messaging them. You reach out to us just in case you feel down at any point in time, because you are our future and we definitely want to cherish you. All right, so please understand that you are born to succeed and you are born for greatness. Don't throw away your life just like that. And to be able to make sure that you're not going to do that, we've put the Edutainment Show Live 2020 together for you. Now, doing business without advertising is like winking at a girl, or a boy for that matter, in the dark, right? Now, you know exactly what you're doing, but nobody else knows what you're doing, buddies. So, well, that is, I'm sure you're getting the drift of it. We are going to be talking about the importance of advertising in day-to-day business. And let's jumpstart day 5 with this brilliant discussion. 10 things you definitely need to know about a career in advertising. And for the same, we have with us COO, Head Branded Entertainment Event Capital, Sham Chabria. Thank you very much, Sham, for being with us here. And he is in conversation with Ad Guru, the name you hear when you talk about brand names like Amul, Fruity, Appy, Videocon, all of those. There's one name that comes to mind, and I'm sure that you've already started guessing, but he's also a theater personality, a very revered one. He's a playwright and has directed about 32 plus lovely plays, so many of them super duper hits. Please help me welcome, with a silent round of applause, Mr. Bharat Dhabholkar. Thank you very much, Bharatji, for being here with us. And Sham, it's all yours.
Thank you, Pallavi. Hi, Bharat. Good afternoon.
Hi, Sham.
Thank you so much. First of all, let me start with thanking you for sparing time this afternoon with us.
You're welcome.
So while Pallavi has given you a great, I think introduction, thanks Pallavi for that. But let me just add to that. So I think today we have with us a creative mastermind, actor, director, animal lover. Just to give you an insight, I was talking to Bharat just 5 minutes back. He's also got piranhas among his collection of pets, which I think is fantastic. And he's got a beautiful place created just in his house for his pets. So I think we should definitely get a chance to visit it.
Yes,
there's a man who requires no introduction and has been a recognized persona in the field of advertising and theater globally. I think before wasting any more time, let's directly go to the most awaited insights in the world of advertising from the man who has won a ton of accolades in the industry and is the mastermind behind leading brand campaigns such as Amul, which all of us resonate with, right? He's won national awards for excellence in advertising for 14 years with this particular campaign. Bharat, all over to you. I think give us a few insights about your, career start, the highs and lows, important tips which you all consider before jumping into the world of advertising.
Well, to begin with, I'm a lawyer by education. Advertising was not something that I wanted to do from the beginning. So I did my law, I did my business management. I was working with a company called Forbes Campbell and Company, which is a part of the Tata Group, as a management trainee. And then I got the idea that I must get into advertising. So I started applying to advertising agencies. And in those days, unless you had some experience, nobody wanted you to join them. So after much effort, I managed to finally get into an agency and called Vicuna Associates. And I had this great fortune of handling some of the biggest brands in the country. So I started working as a client servicing person. I wasn't into creative. So I was doing servicing of clients like Amul, Tata Tea, Sandoz, Glaxo, McDowell, and Bank of India, LIC. And at one point I realized that since I was taking a brief from a client, instead of coming back to the agency, which is how normally the system works this way, that a client servicing person goes to a client, takes a brief from them, comes back to the agency, briefs the creative team, who then create different campaigns, alternatives. and the client servicing guy takes it back to the client and sells it to them, and then brings it back the approved concept and gets it produced, whether it's a film or a radio spot or a press ad or whatever. What I did is, when I started getting briefs from the client, I started writing the concepts myself. Since I knew all about the clients and their products and their target groups and their consumers and everything. So I became this two-in-one, where I would write the creatives and I would go and meet the client with the creatives. So that helped me a lot, because it cut short the time of coming and briefing somebody else and getting that done from that person. And that's how I started working. And then I handled all these accounts, all the teas that Tata Tea launched. I launched Tata Namak. And the advantage that I had was that I come from a Marathi medium school. So I couldn't speak English till I came to college. I spoke my first English sentence when I was in Edutainment college. So when I started speaking to people, my friends in college, I realized that all of us who come from vernacular backgrounds, we know how to write English. It's not that we don't know English. It's the spoken English that becomes a problem, because when you're speaking, you suddenly you stumble upon something and you don't know the correct word to use at that time. So you stop talking because you feel shy that you don't know how to finish a sentence. So I said, I know Marathi, I know Hindi, I've grown up with Gujaratis, I know Gujarati. So I said, if I don't find the correct English word, why don't I use a Hindi, Marathi or Gujarati word and complete the sentence? And I started talking like that. When I got into advertising, I started writing like this. When I started doing theatre, I started doing plays like that. So I think that was something that, then somebody, of course, gave it a fashionable name and called it English and said, Bharat Davolkar is the father of English. I wasn't the father of English. It was a handicap that I had. I didn't know both the languages, so I mixed and matched. But what happened was, that gave me a unique slot. Because in advertising, there were people who wrote English, there were people who wrote Hindi, there were people who were translators who wrote Marathi, Gujarati, whatever. There was nobody who mixed these languages and wrote like that. And what I realized, and I still realize, whether it's in advertising, theatre, or any other form of communication, this is how all Indians speak. When we speak English or we speak Hindi, it's never one language. We always mix words which we hear all the time and create a sentence. So if I'm speaking in English, I may use Hindi words in that without realizing that I'm really using Hindi words. If I'm speaking Hindi, I may use English words without realizing. So that English became a plus point in terms of communication. What we call in advertising or any communication, we call it empathy, creating empathy with your listener or your consumer. So that English became the point of empathy. Because if I wrote like that in advertising, my consumer talked like that. If I did a play in that kind of a language, my audience talked like that. So for them, it was very close to their heart. This is how I speak. This is me. If I had to speak this sentence, this is how I would speak. And that, I think, worked very well. And in communication, I always say the correctness of language is not as important as the correctness of communication. You must know that what I am saying is understood by the people I am talking to. It's not how good I am in a language. It's not how flowery language I can use or how well I speak. That doesn't matter. Is your consumer on the same wavelength? Is your listener understanding what you're saying in his language? Does he relate to you? Because advertising is not just appealing to your head, it's about appealing to your heart. You've got to make that guy feel special. That person who's listening to you, who's buying your product, you must make him feel that this guy knows what I'm talking about, what I want. And that's how advertising started, and that's how advertising works.
Sure. So I think this is great. I think finding strength and finding a special spot using a handicap, I think is brilliant. And I think all the students on this call can learn from it. The Amul campaign, I think it's very intriguing, right? I've always been intrigued as to what went behind that Amul campaign. Yeah. Because it's something which, I remember my childhood days passing by Marine Drive and seeing that one spot where you could see the campaign live all the time, right? So, can you give us some insights? What went into, the creative?
Yeah, I see Amul campaign. I did not start. I launched all other Amul products. I launched Amul milk, Amul lassi, Amul milkshakes, all those the chas. I launched all the other Amul products. Amul butter existed as a campaign when I joined advertising. Mr. Sylvester Dukuna, who was the head of the agency, owner of the agency, he had thought of the idea of creating an Amul girl. and there was a person, I never met him though, called Eustace Fernandez, who I believe had drawn the first Amul girl. So Amul butter campaign as it was existed. Even the line utterly butterly delicious was a part of a jingle. There was a big jingle. The last two lines were Amul is the answer to your wishes. It's utterly butterly delicious. Now what Amul had done, this is before my time, it is not no credit to me, is Amul is I don't know how many of you know the full form of Amul. Amul stands for AMUL, Anand Milk Union Limited. So it was a farmers cooperative in Gujarat. And when they were launching this butter, there were many other big brands in the market. There was one of the biggest brands, I believe, at that time was a butter called Colson. And there were foreign butter. There was an Anchor butter from New Zealand, which was available in the market. So Amul, as a farmers cooperative, without having the kinds of budgets that multinationals have to advertise or market their products, they had to do something different, something innovative. And that's something that always works in advertising. So they said instead of using the normal mass media that everybody else uses, they were using, at the time there was no television, they were using films in theaters, the press or radio. They said, why don't we start using hoardings as our prime medium? So Amul butter started having hoarding as a prime medium, and they were doing, not changing as fast, maybe once a month, and they were doing these puns on English language and things like that, which was very attractive to people. My contribution was, when I joined advertising, is that I Indianized the Amul girl. She was a polka dotted frock she used to wear, and she was a English speaking girl. I Indianized her. So I put her in a 9-yard sari, I put her in a chaniya choli. And because of my knowledge of languages, I started writing Amul butter hoarding first in English, then sometimes for Pune or Dadar, I would write in Marathi. We had a hoarding in Ahmedabad, I would write in Gujarati for that hoarding. And that brought the whole campaign closer to people. And I always say this, the credit for whatever Amul was, is, and will be in future does not go to people like me or anybody else who writes those lines. It goes to a man called Dr. Kurian. He started this entire white revolution in India. He was the head of Amul. And he said, I will give you a complete free hand. Don't show me what you do. Why Amul became so popular was because there was no client to come and suggest things to you. So if I'm sitting and talking to you today, just now, suppose there was a cricket match going on and Virat Kohli scored a century, I would think of a line, I would go up my office and say, just do a drawing like this, let's try and get this ready. I would tell my media department, put up the scaffolding on the hoarding, and by tonight, let's start painting it. So tomorrow morning, when you opened your newspaper and read in that Virat Kohli had scored a century, there was a joke on that in Amul butter hoardings. So that is what made it so topical and so popular. And that's how it worked.
Fantastic. Great. So today, I think, one of the brands that has remained very true, and I would say very traditional and conventional, has been Amul, right? They haven't changed with the changing world of advertising.
No.
Today, I think, consumer patterns have changed, consumption patterns have changed, and I think there's a lot of skew towards digital, right? The brand marketer today is looking at 30 to 40% of his budget on digital marketing.
Yes.
So today, from your perspective, from where you started to where the world is today, what are the types of opportunities you think that are there for candidates to look at with this changing world of advertising?
See, basically, I tell you at the very beginning, there are lots of misconceptions about who can get into advertising. I've met lots of people, youngsters, when I go and give talks all over the country. And I met people who come and say, I want to get into advertising, but I'm not very creative. And I always tell them, creative is just one part of advertising. Advertising as a business, we have client servicing. We don't need to be creative. You need to maybe have either an MBA degree or at least knowledge of marketing or an understanding of how to deal with human beings and convince them. Then you can join as a client. You don't have to be creative at all because you have a creative team that backs you up. Suppose you don't want to do that. You are into thinking and planning. So advertising has a planning department, which means that they sit there and figure out where that brand should be launched, what should be the campaign, what's the competition. So that has nothing to do with creativity. They are planners who plan what to do with this product. And the campaign comes much later. Then once that campaign is made, where should that be shown? As you were saying, whether it should be shown on television or digital medium or radio or press. For that, we have a media department. So the media department takes care of that. So the media department does two things. One is They plan where to show it. As I said, advertising is not just thinking of a line. There's a whole science that goes into it. Who's my consumer? What age group is he in? What does he like? What does he see? Does he see television? If he sees television, what program on television does he see? If he does not see television, is he always on the road doing things? Does he see hoardings? Does he read newspapers? If so, what language newspapers? So the media department has all this data with them. And then the media department decides on planning the media, that I have a budget of 100 rupees and I want to split that between 4 different media. So how much money should I give for television? How much for radio? How much for press? How much for digital advertising? So media department plans the media spend of a campaign. Then the second aspect of media department is they have to then buy that media. They have to negotiate with newspapers. They have to negotiate with television channels that I'll buy worth so much. How much concession will you give me? So they work out a whole model of how much they're spending and where they should be spending and what's the best price they can get for the client. Then there's a research department. Once a campaign is made, we have to find out, is it working or not? So research works in two ways. One is a pre-research, which means before we launch a campaign, we make a dummy campaign and then we show it around, do a research to find out, are people liking it? If I'm creating a product packaging, we make 5-6 different packages, designs, and go and show it to people who are our target group and find out which one they like the best and why. So there's a pre-research before we launch a product. Once it's launched, a campaign, we go into doing a post-production research. That means now the campaign is on, people are watching it on television, press, wherever. Are people liking it? Are people now buying the product because the campaign has started? And if they're not doing it, why not? Are we missing out on something? Didn't we say something right that we were supposed to say? So we then correct what was happening in the campaign and we say, okay, let's change this thing. People haven't liked this part, so let's edit this out. Or let's do a new radio spot. So advertising is all of this. It's not just one department, one man that sits there. Amul Butter was an exception. It's a worldwide, there's no such campaign like Amul Butter. That one man sits there, thinks of a campaign, thinks of a line, and the campaign goes on. It doesn't, other Amul products that I've launched, this didn't happen. We had to go through this entire process of research, planning, consumer recognition, doing different kinds of things, figure out doing what works better. Amul Butter is an exception. So let's not go by Amul Butter advertising. This is how advertising works. It's a whole system that works.
Sure.
It's a science.
I think there's a world of opportunities which I think students can today, look at in terms of various fields on advertising, right?
Yes.
So, do you recommend in the starting point any professional courses, programs, any books which the kids can read up today?
You can. There are lots of books on advertising case studies. There are lots of books on advertising, how it works, the theory part of it. Sure. But the best thing you can do about advertising is if you can keep your ears and eyes open, because you are talking to people. If you don't let that thought come to your mind that I know what I'm talking about, I know my consumer.
Sure.
If you don't do that, and you always are a student in terms of, look, I don't know how this works. Let me go and find out. I think this lady that I'm talking to who's buying my detergent is a lot like my mother or my aunt in a small town. So how does she think? If you can think like this, keep your mind open, I think you can create great advertising. Because I must tell you one thing, advertising is the most difficult job because when I do theater or if I do a film or if I write a song or a poetry, I know who my consumer is. My audience for a theater is in front of me. I know what they want. They're an English-speaking audience or what they are. And if they don't like something next show, I'll change it. Advertising is something where I'm talking to people I've never seen. I don't know. I'm talking to a man or a woman who's staying in Mumbai, Pune, Delhi, a small town in Bihar, a small town in Kerala, in some remote corner of Tamil Nadu. And that one campaign is talking to all of them. They may have different desires to buy different things. They may have different attitudes in life. But I am trying to convince all of them to buy my product. So it's very important that I know generally how people think. At least make efforts on a constant basis. There's nothing like I know my work, so I can relax them and just keep writing advertising. It's a thing that you learn on a daily basis. But there's one thing I must tell you, because I always say this to the youngsters who want to join this, that advertising is the best profession to get into. When you create a campaign, like now you're talking to me about, I haven't handled Amul Butter for the last 20 years. But if I go out someplace, people say, you are the guy who wrote Amul Butter hoardings. I launched Fruity. Now, 30 years later, they're still using that same line, mango, fruity, fresh and juicy, which I had written. So it's a great sense of satisfaction that this is what I had created. Years later, it is still working. So that's the reason to get into advertising. But if you think advertising is a glamorous profession, where you meet models and you have a great time, that is not true.
Right.
You do not meet models. Lots of times when you are creating a campaign, the filmmakers go and shoot the film. You don't get to meet the model. It's a tireless job where you don't have fixed timings. If you want to work from 9 to 5, get into a bank or a government job. This is something that you may start working at 7 in the morning and work till 12 o'clock in the night.
Sure.
There are times when we've had important presentations to make. We've had people who stayed in the agency for two days without going home to finish that campaign. Now you need that kind of dedication. Because advertising, it is not a fine art, it's a commercial art. You are trying to sell something, it's a part of marketing. So you can't say, I've written this wonderful line, I love it, my friends love it. That's not important. Can that line sell a product? Can that campaign thought be effective enough to make people buy your products over other competing products that are there in the market? So it's creativity on demand. See, I write plays. Now, if I don't want to write a play this year, I can say I don't feel like writing a play, I don't have a great idea. So I will not write a play till I think of some great thought. But in advertising, they'll tell me, tomorrow morning we have a presentation, come up with 2 great ideas. And chances are the client may reject those ideas and you have to say, 2 days later, go with fresh ideas again to them. So you're constantly thinking. And it's a great feeling to do this. You're always on demand to create new things.
Well, that's great, right? It's like all the time getting your creative juices working. So if someone really wants to get ideation going and understanding, I think the consumer mindset in detail, this is a great place to be in, right? Also, I think you have a great lineage with theatre and also being an actor.
Yeah.
Would you like to throw some light on that in terms of, is that also a field one should look at? Is that a hobby for you?
I started doing theatre because when I joined the agency, my first agency, Mr. Dikuna, and there were other people who were advertising people who were doing theatre. Alec Padamsi and Mr. Dikuna and Roger Pereira. These are the guys who were big guys in theatre, in English theatre. And because of them, I got involved in theatre. And because I don't write English, I started doing my English kinds of theatre, which worked far better. But that was a hobby. So I would work the whole day. A lot of actors who acted in my play worked in different departments. There were people like Viju Kote or Shubha Kote who worked in films. So we all did theatre as a hobby that we did in spite of having a regular job. We were not doing it to earn money. So I advise all the people who want to join theatre is that nowadays people join theatre for the wrong reason. That they join theatre thinking that it'll be a stepping stone and then I'll get into a television serial or I can get into films. If that happens to you, damn good. But it doesn't happen to everybody. So theatre per se cannot be a means of livelihood. It is not something that you can say, I will not take up a job, I will not do my graduation, I'll do theatre. Theatre does not pay you enough to sustain a lifestyle. Forget running a house. Even your own lifestyle, a theatre can't sustain. So theatre has to be an additional activity that you do because you have passion for theatre. So as I said, all of us work, whole day we worked. Evening and maybe 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, we would go and rehearse. Then again come back in the morning and start working. So we did not depend on theatre to earn money. We did theatre to get the satisfaction that when we do a theatre and we watch people enjoying it, it's a great feeling. So don't take up theatre as a... Because see, I'll tell you what, English theatre on an ongoing basis does maybe 2 or 3 shows in a month. And you may get 5 or 10,000, maximum 5,000 or something get paid per show. So if the play goes on for 6 months, you'll earn 10, 15,000 rupees a month. Your tune would earn much more money than that. Only theatre where people get to do a lot many more shows is Gujarati theatre. Gujarati because there are lots of sponsorships that happen. There are lots of Gujarati wonders, Jain friend circles, and those kinds of things who sponsor shows. So if your play is successful in Gujarati, you can do 25 shows in a month. But that is not something that you depend on. It's a chance. So I always say, finish your graduation, do your studies, get a job, then put in those extra hours to go and do theatre. So that it's creative or whatever satisfaction that you want of performing in front of people, that should be an additional thing that you do. That's not the main thing that you do.
Right. So theatre basically as a hobby and not as a career path.
Not as a career.
Sure.
Not as a career.
Bharat, I think it's been great chatting. I think I'll open the floor to some questions. I'm sure we have a lot of students with some questions.
Sure.
So we have the first question saying, so after lockdown, what is the scenario of education institutions going to look like? Any viewpoints on that?
You will be able to answer this better.
Sorry?
I said you will be able to answer that better.
Sure. Yeah. So we have another question. How to improve our creativeness to advance in advertising? So how do you actually boost creativeness to advance?
Creative, as I said, is not... see, advertising is a salesman. You're trying to sell a product. People make a mistake of thinking that if I'm in advertising, I have to think creatively and write great creative lines. So people take away simplicity from advertising. That is wrong. The best campaign, I always quote this, the best line I saw in advertising was on a shop in Hong Kong, which said, "Seedless grapes, very sweet, sold here." I think that is the best advertising slogan I've seen. If an agency had to do it, they would say, "Nature's bounty now brought to you in its most pristine form." And nobody understands what you mean. If you're selling me seedless grapes, tell me these are seedless grapes. If you know I want sweet grapes, tell me they are sweet in one sentence. So if you want to create advertising, any creative thing, think like a consumer. Say if I had to read a line to buy a product, what information would I want from that line? I'm not looking for poetry. For that, I'll read a poem. So I, as a consumer, want to when I launched a product called Hit, that cockroach hit, it is in the market. I launched that. My campaign was very simple. It said, "Cockroach, cockroach, hit cockroach, no cockroach." Because I said, I don't want to tell people that cockroaches are dirty, they bring disease. Everybody knows that.
Sure.
I have to tell them, you have a cockroach, hit cockroach, no cockroach. Not very creative, but we had a 60% market share. There were other competitive products which had maybe they spent 3 times, 4 times more than us on media. But we still beat them because we were simple, we were straightforward.
Sure.
So people to say, hey, what's the use of being in advertising if all you have to write is cockroach, cockroach, hit cockroach, no cockroach. But that's what sold the product.
Sure.
I'm not here to write a poetry. I'm here to sell a product, and I'm here to understand what is the consumer looking for and what is the simplest way of explaining to the consumer what my product does.
Sure. Sure.
That's the way to develop your creativity.
Sure. So I have also another question is that today we're all facing something which we've never been through earlier, right? I think all of us are locked down at home, dealing with emotions, dealing with a lot of problems, going through an emotional downturn and an economical downturn, right?
Yeah.
Every industry has gone through its own churn currently, right?
Yeah.
2 questions. One is, where do you see the advertising industry going after this particular year? Because there's a lot happening currently in the economy outside with brands slowing down their spends.
Yeah.
2 is, what are you doing today as an individual to keep yourself so fit at your age, and of course, keeping yourself motivated and going forward?
Okay, first question is, I think what's going to happen when we come back is, after 3 months or 4 months, all the products are going to start coming in the market. Companies have to sell them. They will have lesser profits for this year, so they'll cut down on advertising budgets. So the advertising campaigns will have to get more innovative. See, when you have less money, you have to have more innovations. You don't have money to splurge. You have to think of different ways of selling within that money that you have with you. They will have to come up with more schemes. Like I just saw an ad for, I think, Volkswagen Polo car, where they already advertised and said, if you buy a car from us for the first 12 months, we'll not charge you EMI. That means you start paying after a year. So all manufacturers have to think of different ways of enticing the consumer, because they have less money. Consumers have less money because some of them have lost their jobs, some of them are have their jobs, but they're getting lesser salaries. Even television channels, television programs, they're paying their artists, they've said that we'll pay you 50% of what you were getting earlier. So their earning will go down, which means their disposable income will go down. So they'll buy more diligently, they'll not splurge suddenly. So advertising will have to think in terms of understanding this consumer psyche, that people they want to spend less money. So let's see what kind of deals we can offer them. So that's what's going to happen in terms of marketing. These are the kind of things that will change a bit. As far as I'm concerned, I keep telling everybody that the only thing that we read in the papers or see on television now is that so many cases have gone up, so many people have died because of coronavirus. And I say, you are locked up in the house, you have nowhere to go to. Don't keep on looking at negative things all the time. And people are sharing information saying, so many people died, hey, in Delhi, so many. That does not matter. See, all you can do is make sure that your immunity goes up. You follow the rules that are given, wear a mask, keep that distance. There is nothing you can do. There's a government to do all that. How many people are getting infected and dying? By your worrying about it, there's nothing you can do. So I always tell them that during this lockdown period, keep your sense of humor going. Only talk to people who make you laugh. Don't talk to people who tell you their sob stories and say, oh my God, this is what happened, and my area mein kisi ko corona ho gaya. They don't want to know that. There's nothing I can do about this. If in Mumbai, in Dharavi, some 10,000 people have got this thing, there's nothing I can do about it. So I don't need to know. It's information that like they say in American CIA, there's a system for all the operatives that said need to know. Do you need to know this information? That's the CIA principle. Every CIA agent needs to know what he needs to know. He doesn't know anything else. In an operation, he only knows one part of it. I think we should practice that CIA principle in our life. Do I need to know how many people are dying? Do I need to know how many people are infected on a daily basis? Is there anything I can do about it? I've been told, if you want to be safe, stay at home, don't go out in a crowd. When you go out, wear a mask, keep 6 feet distance from each other. I'll do that. That's the best I can do. And keep laughing, keep thinking of happier things. The whole thing of this depression and things that are happening, that's because people are worried about their future. See, this is a pause. This is not the end.
Like, absolutely.
We had a 3 month of gap. Once things open up, it's going to start again. It may change shape, it may change form. But no one's going to be sitting at home all the time. We've already started going out. People are moving out now. Shops have started. A time will come when they'll allow shooting. So in the entertainment industry will start their shootings. Then you are seeing things on the thing. Maybe theaters will start at some point. It's all going to happen. I mean, there is the light at the end of the tunnel. This tunnel is not never-ending things. So keep that in mind and keep smiling. Talk to people who are your friends, who can make you laugh. Don't talk to people who say, "Hey, what, this chap committed suicide?" There's nothing I can do about it. You tell me a joke, make me laugh. Let's recount some story that we had when we were in school together or college together, and we did something together, and we had a great time about it. Let's discuss these kinds of things, and we'll be fine.
Thank you so much, Bharat. Bharat, I think it's been great talking to you. Any last message for the kids that you would like to leave behind, for the students, which you have at your end?
The only message I can leave behind is, in this world, what happens is everybody tries to belong to a thing. We all try to behave like our friends. We try to dress like the people. If I am in management, I want to dress like my other management people dress. If I am doing an MBA, I want to be like all the other MBA students. I'm saying don't do that. Unbelong. Everybody has something special in them, so which only you know. With my luck, English became that special thing that I had. So you find out what that special thing and say, I don't belong to this. I am one of those 40 students who've done MBA from the same institute, but I am not like them. I know the same knowledge. I have the same knowledge that they have, but I have this something special.
Sure.
I can do this. I can sing, whatever it is. So always unbelong and do something different.
Great. Thank you so much, Bharat. Again, and back to you, Pallavi.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. What a fantastic conversation this has been. And Bharatji, I take this back from you that, be happy, unbelong. I mean, I love that. Be unique, because each of us is unique, and we need to kind of, give more and more fire to our uniqueness. And that's, I think, how we can start coming up with more and more things, and we can adapt, and we can really, after we get out of this lockdown, build a better world together. I guess that's something that we look forward to. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for this wonderful conversation. I'm very sure that the students had a blast listening to all that information and soaking it in. Thank you very much, Sham, for taking us through this wonderful conversation. All right, so let's move on now. And before we actually move on to our next session, I must tell you once again, it's a reminder, please do log in to www.edutainmentshow.in and register there for India's first 3D virtual education exhibition event for media and design. And this is happening simultaneously right now. So definitely make sure that you're going to do that, because, only when you do that can you partake of this wonderful contest that we have for you. And once you register to the 3D virtual expo, then of course you need to log in to enter the virtual expo. You need to visit all the stalls, and of course look for 3 cookies in the document section. All right. And those 3 cookies have to be from different stalls. Remember that. Okay. Step number 4, you collect all these 3 cookies and send us the screenshots. You send it to us on email, edu_giveaway@eventcapital.in. That's the email ID for you. And of course, step 5, we've got 3 lucky winners who get a chance to win Amazon vouchers worth ₹100 each every single day. So you have to participate. Okay. I also have to share with you that, we have free aptitude tests and career counseling by Ecole Intuit Lab, Raffles, Instituto Marangoni, Silica, and Whistling Woods International. So please hurry to find your slot, because these are limited. Okay. You can, of course, reach out to us on Edutainment Show Live. That's https://vx.edutainmentshow.in/. All right. I'm giving it to you as is. So there's absolutely no confusion there. Or you can call us on 98192-39193. Okay. Stay with us. We will be right back.
How do you imagine the world around you? Is it what you want it to be? At Raffles Design International, knowledge is power and imagination is personified. Where you see problems, we see opportunities. Where you see limitations, we see exploration. When you don't know where you fit in, let's discover your world of possibilities. Our team of design professionals will provide you with the right tools for success. Get ready to design your future.
Welcome back. Welcome back. I'm still Pallavi Valia Raj. And what if I said that good design is all about making other designers feel like imbeciles because the idea wasn't theirs? You know what? You've got the idea, right? That I am definitely not the right person to communicate with if you'd like to explore careers in communication design. So, well, that is definitely the panel discussion that we're heading towards right now. Careers in communication design, powered by Raffles Design International Mumbai. And thank God for the fact that there are experts on this panel discussion who are definitely going to be able to give you a brilliant idea. This is going to be one insightful session. So help me welcome the moderator of this panel, co-founder and director, Elephant Design, India's largest independent integrated design consultancy, Ms. Ashwini Deshpande. Thank you very much for joining us, Ashwini. I'd also like to welcome our esteemed panelists along with her. Founder, CEO, Curious Group, Mr. Rajesh Kejriwal. Thank you very much, Rajesh ji, for being here with us this afternoon. Thank you. We also have with us Chairman and Managing Director of the illustrious Della Group. Please welcome Mr. Jimmy Mistry. Thank you very much, Jimmy, for being here with us. And we're so excited to listen in to all of you. But we also have one more panelist, visual communication designer, Raffles Design International, Ms. Cheti Tan. Thank you very much, Cheti, for joining us. And it's all yours, Ashwini. Although, I'm quite sure that some awesome designers who come up with some really kick-ass ideas do feel a little sadistic burst of happiness when other designers look like idiots. But well, having said that, it's all yours, Ashwini.
Thank you. Thank you, Pallavi. On that note, yeah, I think designers love to be idiots because that's how you get great ideas and that's how you get ideas that have never been done before. So on that note, I'm just going to begin with a couple of things about our panelists that I know. And thank you for introducing them already. So I'm not just representing Elephant, I'm also representing the Association of Designers of India, who have been knowledge partners to this show as well. And ADI is actually for all professional designers or anybody who's curious about design, design student, academicians, and anybody at all who cares about design. So just beginning with the basic, let's start at the beginning. What is communication design? Because our panel is all about communication design. So let's just sort of begin by dumb proofing and saying what is communication design? What do all of us feel it is? And I'm going to begin with what I feel communication design is. It's planning, it's creating, it's shaping, expressing ideas and messages for problem solving or for persuasion and also for pleasure. And that's really how I sort of look at communication design. And I'm going to invite our panelists to tell what their point of view is. I'm going to begin with Chaiti, who has a long career in visual communication, and she's been an illustrious academician. Chaiti, how do you express when somebody says, what is communication design?
See, it's a very straightforward thing. When you put into visual, everything is visual now. So, and it's how powerful it is. So we use images, visuals to communicate design. So say, for example, and a lot of people misunderstood actually what is that as compared to like web design and things like that. Think about it, like right now, if everybody is so thirsty, I want a Coke, all right? As you walk along, you probably watched something on TV, someone was wearing, like having thumbs up and whatever. Along the way, when you're bombarded with all this visual communication, the moment when you step into the supermarket, you probably won't pick Coke anymore. You'll pick another thing. And that's how powerful visual communication is. Why do you think people are still, like you think Coca-Cola right now, it's so famous. Why do they need to? They have to because there's a lot of competition around.
Sure, that's
yes, and things have changed, especially now with social media. So
absolutely,
if you are doing your work, there's some pop-up coming up. Okay, and maybe it's Maggie. Our next thing is I want to have Maggie. Isn't it? And the visual, say for example, I've seen my student order food online, Swiggy. Like they started off, I want this food, okay? And then they end up ordering totally different food. Why?
Yeah, so you think it's all about communication design, which is persuading them to do something, take some decisions, right?
Yes. So this is what, and frankly, you don't need like 10 pairs of jeans, but why do we keep buying? Because every time we hope like, wow, this pair of jeans will make us look slim. You know, that's how they do in visual.
Right.
That's how they communicate, that persuade us to buy things.
Right. And also, just on the other note, I think communication design is also used for good decision making, which is not just consumerism, but many other kinds of decisions which are good for people, good for the world, and so on. Right?
Yes, yes.
So I'm going to move on to Jimmy and ask him what he thinks. What is the role of communication design in our lives and also in your profession?
Communication design, there is no strategy in the world that can be implemented without communication design. So, strategy in a physical form, which results into a call to action for any business is basically communication design. For me, it's super important that communication design is better understood by the designers as on today, because I have personally felt that between physical design and communication design, there has always been a gap in the design world. But post-COVID, especially when things are so dynamic and everybody needs to press a reset mode and recalibrate and move ahead, communication design is all the more critical because emotions are at a very different level right now. Emotions are running too high. Maybe in a positive direction, maybe in a negative direction. And at this point, one wrong messaging can ruin the brand.
Absolutely.
Case in point is a brand that just went ahead and put out an ad stating we are opening, you can book, and we'll give you a 50% discount. The kind of badgering that people have given the brand is, do you need money to pay your salaries? Do you need our money to do this, that? So the idea is it touched somewhere a wrong emotional nerve. Their communication design failed in a manner that it hurt people's sentiments. Now, in a situation like today, communication design is very, very relevant. You need to use deep-rooted design thinking. You need to use empathy to understand and connect very genuinely. And why not? Empathy cannot be fake. Empathy has to come from right deep within. Now, when your communication design is actually representing it, who you are, the true DNA of the product you're offering, be it, like she said, a Maggi noodle or be it anything. But if you're emotionally connecting with the consumer, and that design is good design right now, and God save you if you go in a wrong direction, because if your empathy is only a lip service and it's not deep-rooted within the DNA of the organization, it is going to speak volumes about you and your brand will soon become irrelevant in today's day and age.
Absolutely. I think we are bombarded with so much media and so much messaging, and if you go wrong, there's no going back. I mean, you get it wrong once, you just get it wrong for a long time. What do you think, Rajesh? What is the role of communication design today?
I'm going to go back 23 years in my life. When I first heard the word graphic designer, and then I heard the word communication design, right? Now, I come from a small town called Mysore, and I'd never heard this word graphic designer in my life. And then I got into the paper business. And this Gora guy comes from all the way from UK and says, if you want to sell this paper, you have to meet a graphic designer. All my life, I had heard of a creative director, an architect, an interior designer, and that's it, no other designer. So I asked him, what breed are they? And he looked at me and said, hey, they put words and images together. And that was my first definition of what graphic design is. People who put words and images together. And at a basic level, I think that's perfectly all right. But people who do it sensibly, that's what I'm just going back 23 years. How narrow was our thinking in India at that time? We were probably 30 years behind London or any other developed country, but how behind we were in terms of what is communication design. We were overshadowed by, I think, advertising, and a lot of things that is spoken today is more advertising than communication design. I think communication design is very different from advertising. Advertising does use design in certain in ways, but I think you need to segregate the two. Communication design goes far, far, far beyond just, it's not short term, it's not tactical, it's more long term, it's strategy, it's vision, it's the DNA of the company. How do you put, how do I put this? It's about taking out the DNA of the company and making it visually impactful so that all the stakeholders can come together in that company. So I think communication design is far, far more than just words and images, especially as we go along in the life today.
Absolutely. I think coming together of so many kinds of faculties and so many kinds of moods and mindsets and words and images and all of that. And I love it when a person with non-designer background kind of puts advocacy forward for design. So Rajesh, you've been all that, and thank you so much for that. I'm going to move to our next question, and it's specifically for you, Chaiti, because you have a long and illustrious academic background, and all our viewers right now are actually probably on the cusp of choosing what is it that they should be doing. So who are the right people to pursue design education, and more specifically communication design? Because you just heard our panelists talk about what is good design. It's all about empathy, and it's all about conceptual and other kind of thinking that needs to go forward. So who should pursue design education?
See, I think another thing why people misunderstood what graphic design is they think it's easy. Just now, Raj was saying long time ago, let's say in India, why do they think it's easy? You look at an advertisement selling maybe jewelry. You get a beautiful actress or beautiful lady. You take a picture, put on makeup, and that's why a lot of parents might think that is simple. Okay, who can do this? For me, is anyone can, so long that you love what you do. Without the love and passion, you will not want to do anything. So you have to be fussy. Why fussy? Because you want to make something perfect. So let's say I explained to the student that you need to change this here and there. They were saying that, but they can't see. They can't. I say, but do you want to do that? But it's for yourself. You understand? So, and it's better that we spot our own mistake before the client spot your mistake. So I always, because I love that when students enjoy coming to the college to work. So the first love and passion, you need to have that. Now, some people comes very naturally when it comes to design and composition and color, things like that. It comes natural to them, but it doesn't mean that they don't have to learn. Some people have more on the lab brain where, like I have a student who did a lot of coding, but it doesn't mean that they cannot, but it needs a lot of hard work. So that with hard work, you can, because we need to always practice. This is why people go to the gym. Now, people go to the gym to get muscles. We keep practicing to create that muscle on that brain inside here. So that, but I can share with you guys.
Would you like? Would you like to share something more?
Yes, I would like to say that just now you guys mentioned about concept. How important, you see, concept is something that is intangible. We can't touch it. So it is our job as a designer to come up with a visual so that you can convince people what is that. Say, for instance, there's this assignment that is to create an ideogram, all right, for visual communication. So I can share something with you guys and share screen.
So if you're sharing a screen?
Yes. Can everybody see my screen? So long time now, we also have to understand, because things have changed. Long time ago, people used to use pencil to represent visual communication, but we use pencil. You can see now it's still a sketch, but there are more to that, because we also have to think about, we are using a lot of Illustrator, we're using a lot of all this pen tool. So we try that. Now, when they show me something like that, that's when I will explain to them. Say, for example, logically, the eye shouldn't be here. Now, this is very interesting, because that you can see there's a word balloon there. It's trying to say is communication. It's trying to talk to you, all right? But we have to polish it up. So even if you move it in the middle, it looks like a fish, okay? We must learn to be critical of the work. So as we move on, I said to student, now, what can we do? Now, if I were to use this no longer look like an eye. So what can I do with this? If I add eyelashes, things will change, right? Now, these eyelashes is only so thin. Now, what if I add a beautiful one? But because all these are very heavy, that's when we can start doing things like that.
Wonderful, wonderful.
Yes. So these are the things that people might not know that what we do for visual communication. So now, how am I supposed to get out?
Yeah, so I think it's lovely to see what progression can do and how mind can think and move to the next step, and visual communication can sort of it has immense possibilities, right? It's I think
Yes.
only the mind
So-
is the limitation, and there is no other limitation.
Yes. So you can see that there's a process to that.
Don't worry.
Sure, sure. Rajesh, would you like to add something to this?
I think, can you repeat the question once again? Sorry, just to
Yeah, I was saying, who should pursue design education? What
sorry.
kind of people and
I
what
think,
qualities?
when you start looking at what career you want to get into, you're young. I think at that point in time, you have to make sure you understand whether you want to be an artist or you want to be a designer. I think a lot of people see their children drawing very well and then they say,
Oh,
hey,
yeah.
good designer. Put them in a design course.
True.
I think fundamentally at that point, you have to understand whether you want to be an artist or you want to be a designer.
Absolutely.
One's talent, the artist talent lies in perfecting the craft, which is great. But on the
Also
other,
self-expression. I think artist is expressing himself or herself,
But
whereas
on-
designer is doing it for somebody else, right?
for a designer, you have to solve a problem. Your skills should lie in problem solving. You have to combine talent with insight and thinking with the ability to execute. So it's not just pretty images. It's got a lot more than that. I think that's the fundamental shift that you have to start thinking whether I am going here or here. And if you've got that clarity in mind, then I think you've got it there. So I just wanted to add, what's the first step you have to take before you go into this?
Right. I think it adds a lot of clarity. So I think anybody who's listening right now, just ask yourselves if you want to solve the problems of the world or you want to do self-expression, because craft is something that can be taught, whether self-taught or in a college or school is different, but craft can be taught. But I guess, what is your aptitude? Is it for self-expression or is it for solving problems? Would you like to add something, Jimmy? Who should pursue design education?
Super important that the basics in life are clear. Most people are confused at a basic level. Like Rajesh was explaining, the difference between an artist and a designer. For me, both, even a designer is an artist, but the ability to be able to see the art form into execution is a designer's responsibility. So you can visualize what you want, you can draw it out, but if you're not able to communicate it, or in terms of a designer, you're able to execute that particular ideation if using the art of execution and the disciplines of execution. So you need to understand this, but most children at a certain point in time do not know the difference of what is execution. For that matter, most qualified strategists do not know what is execution. Most strategies in organizations fail because they lack the discipline of execution. So it's very, very important, but an exposure to art and design at some point in time on a generic platform and then going into a specialized platform is definitely the need of the hour. And a lot of now education is, of course, taking a nosedive, a 360-degree turn with digitization being accepted as a norm post-COVID. So a lot of international talent is also available as teachers, which was not there till now. So how beautifully Chetty explained with 3 slides the method of communication, what is communication design. It was so beautifully, she put it up in 2 minutes. Now, it also depends upon the caliber of the academia who's teaching you or trying to communicate. But without borders, now the source of this particular talent is worldwide. And Indian design industry, I think Rajesh mentioned that we are 30 years behind. Rajesh, I completely agree with you in our design conceptualization and the whole overall approach towards design. We are 50 years behind. And we have a lot of catching up to do. But then that is India. We were 50 years behind with the rest of the world in telecommunication. We leapfrogged. We were behind from the world in so many other things, and we have really leapfrogged ahead. Now it is a time of design, and with worldwide academic knowledge available without boundaries and without cost, or at a very, very fraction of a cost, I think this is our time to leapfrog ahead in design. And when we are talking of competition with China, people are talking of make in India non-stop. I don't see a single voice talking of design in India. You cannot make in India till the time you design in India. I think the foundation of making in India for anything lies in design, and communication design forms a very, very important parcel of that communication. So that's my 2 bits on education and design, coming from a man who's never gone through formal education.
But Jimmy, thank you. It's wonderful to hear such advocacy for design and, of course, for design in India. And yes, I think at ADI as well as many other platforms, we have been speaking about it, and we've been trying to get to the policy level as well. And thank you for bringing that up. I think it's a great insight also to say that we can now access the kind of faculty and educators from around. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Let me just add half a minute. So our Prime Minister, our beloved Prime Minister, whom I respect so much, he spoke about India coming ahead in furniture design, so China imports stop. I only wish somebody could penetrate into the PMO office and make him realize that if India leapfrogs in design, not only furniture, communication design, but every form of manufacturing and every industry will benefit. So the PMO's office should be the torchbearer, not just of furniture industry and promote that, but they should be promoting design. And that is going to be a game changer for our country. In competition with China, in competition with the rest of the world. Design is what I think forms. Today, the Italians, I've never been worried, no matter how bad their economy, because design emanates from Italy. They will never be jobless. Their manufacturing might collapse, but because of design, they will always innovate. And I mean, at the root foundation of innovation is design. You cannot innovate without design. So for me, it's very, very important that bureaucracy and politicians understand the importance of design, and that we don't get to see very often. Right now, within the country, a case in point is the walkway at Bandra Kurla complex. So in Mumbai, which is the financial capital of the country, Bandra Kurla is a new business district and tom-tommed in the whole country. Can you look at the design of the walkway? It's hideous. It's 1970s East Africa. So the business district enters through a walkway, which is as archaic and ancient in its design approach. That could have been symbolizing a different language to the business district and the new India. So for me, it is very important that our center understands to give importance to design and design education. Sorry, I just interrupted.
Well said. Well said.
Wonderful, wonderful. I think, Jimmy, maybe you are just the person to reach out to PMO office and do this for the whole design fraternity and education. I think we're going to catch you for that later. So Rajesh, I'm going to move to the next question, and that's for you, because you talked about 23 years ago, and I think most of those years or a little less than that, I have known of you, and you have been what I call the best friend of design for the longest time. And you have seen so many designers come up and start their businesses and go on to do some amazing work, win awards internationally, and some of them also, on a downward path and not being so successful. So you've seen the design side of the designers, and you've seen the business side of design offices. What do you think? Of course. So what do you think is what would your opinion be about what makes a good designer and what makes a good business?
What makes a good designer? I can write a PhD thesis on that.
But just tell us the gist of it right now.
Okay. And
because all our students who are listening want to know that.
Yeah, there are students listening. That's okay. I also have two professional designers here. So can I be very candid in this, what I talk about? I can be candid, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. So I think if design is a profession, then the work matters the most, not anything else. The work that the designer does matters the most. So the first point I would like to make here is good designers are invisible. Personal style, preferences, aesthetics are not important. It is about solving a problem, sensitive to how the world is moving, be aware of business developments that will impact the branding and marketing communication, react and create things that work. So good designers are invisible. They are ready to change their own philosophy because relevant work is good work. That's my first point. Second point, I think, is where a lot of problem comes with good designers. Good designers need to learn how to let go. And I think that's a very important part of the skill set that a good designer needs to know. Responding to market needs require different skill sets, which others can also bring, not only you. So you have to acknowledge weakness, let go of ego, learn to collaborate. Because new norms, and especially you're seeing new norms are now changing every day. Online is becoming so much more than this thing. Today, if you go to a traditional design or branding agency, they say it takes 6 months to do a branding job. But a startup needs to be operational in 2 weeks' time or 3 weeks' time.
Right.
So the new norms are coming into play. So I think good designers need to learn how to let go and require collaborators to produce in-depth work. So the second point is good designers need to let go. Third, good designers are supposed to be creative. by profession, designers means creative, but I'm saying they're supposed to be creative beyond just design. They need to reinvent the studio model. They need to start reinventing their working processes. If there are limitations to growth, they need to find solution. Elephant Design's done a great work in that, Ashwini, I must say. Sujata did a great work. But then there were a lot of people who could not find the midway, could not find a solution to growth. They had limitations and they never went beyond that. And I think that's where you need to be creative, not just in your profession, but also in other things that come. Could be tech, could be partnership, could be processes, all of that. You have to be creative in all of those to come up.
Sure.
Then I think fourth point I'd like to make is good designers bring clarity. The world is confused enough. I'm saying there's a statement that I used to make. I'm already very confused. Don't confuse me more. Right? So the world is confused enough. Do not add to it by saying bullshit, by using jargons, the first time I got into design and I met Sujata and then I met some more designers way back in Bangalore. Somebody said, hey, this is the new logo I'm creating, and my client brief was, I need a fresh. I said, which client in the world will come to a designer and say, I want a stale logo? What kind of a brief is that? And I was not designing. So I'm saying, you're supposed to bring clarity. If the client is wrong, you're supposed to tell them what is wrong. Understand their audience, who they are, all of those. Be humble, self-access, self-critical. And the last one I think is good designers should stop designing.
What does that mean?
I know. I'm saying the new norm have to have time for crafting the most beautiful aesthetic. That's okay. But what matters is, does that work? So is it relevant? If it is strategically strong and creatively implemented, it is good work. So I think when I say good designers should stop designing, I said they should start thinking much more strategically, and the entire work that they do, 80% of it should be strategy, values, vision, 10 years time, collaboration, where the business is headed, who are the competitors, what are the competitors doing, what are they not doing, where's that gap that this company can find its DNA, and 20% is the manifestation of that strategy. So I think when I say good designers should stop designing, it's also that they should start thinking much more on the strategy side rather than just on the creative side. Unless you're an artist, in which case you design, you're an illustrator, you're an artist, and that's what you do. Those are my 5 points about what good designers should be.
Thank you, Rajesh. Thank you so much. I just hope not only design aspirants and students, but also professional designers are listening. And if not, they should listen much of what you said right now. So I have a question just related to what you spoke right now. This whole definition of good design, how do you think it's going to change post what we are going through? And I don't know if it's going to change at all, but is it? And if yes, then how? Because the context has changed.
A lot of changes will happen. I mean, you look at the world around us, you look at globally. I had a few points. 1 second. I think if you look at globally, JCPenney has just closed shop, gone bankrupt. Neiman Marcus has filed for this thing. But on the other hand, they filed for bankruptcy. British brands Debenhams, Warehouse, and Oasis have closed. So I think there's a lot of changes that's happening, which is not the fault of designers. I'm not saying they closed because they had bad design or anything, but the whole norm, business model, everything is changing. And if good designers do not adapt to this change, they will be left behind. What's the opportunity now today? E-commerce, startups, which implies for a new future clients, especially those that are offering products and services, they need very quick deployment. Now, as designers, we also need to see if we can do something that we don't have to tell them that this logo will take 6 months time or 4 months time. We could also tell them, hey, look, you need to go to market in 2 months time. Let me do this in the first phase and give it to you. And while you're on the market, let's also still work behind, combined with insights that we get,
evolving.
Keep it going. And I think that's something that the design world is not getting ready for, because they like to take a target, they like to take a project, finish it, move on to the next one. Why can't you have a client on a retainer for 3 years? Why can't you be the brand guardian for that client? Why can't you be the one who says, I will handhold you for the next 3 years, and not just do your work, give it to you, and then you do whatever you want to do? I think the whole model of how you has to change. In the new
I think some great messages there, and especially for students, because design is not a short-term something. It's a long-term. Design is not a hobby. It's a serious business, and it can actually change fortunes of so many businesses. And on that note, I'm going to move to Jimmy and ask him some questions specifically for him. Jimmy, you've not only been a prominent designer, but you've created unique experiences. You've been a very, very successful entrepreneur in many of the streams that you have started. So what is the role of design experience creation? How do you see that in all your businesses? How do you create experiences? Because experience is not something that you can, it's not one way. People you create it for have to feel that. So how do you do this balance?
Ashwini, to begin with, successful, I don't know. I'm still taking my baby steps in various businesses, and we're still kind of getting our bearings correct. However, having said that, yes, we do specialize in creating experiences because we've always put ourselves into the other person's shoes. Whatever we've done, and we've done with a deep amount of realization and acknowledging the fact that I don't come with a degree in architecture or design or in management degree. So if I went into the business of design, I had a responsibility to shoulder. I had to give a more value for its buck to each of my customers. If I was designing a radio station, I wanted my radio station to stand out. And we had started practicing design thinking way, way too early. So 2007 was the first time I did a course with IDEO on design thinking. It made me realize that the design processes are so important. If the end result has to turn out unique and nice, the design processes are so important. And like Rajesh said, designers' responsibility is holistic. It's not just to a given problem. Because most times when customers come to you, they do not know what they want. Like he said, they want a fresh logo. I mean, the baboon did not know that no logo is going to be given to him unfresh. I mean, the customer's unmet needs to be understood requires a certain depth of knowledge in the designer and the design practice, because you need to look at various dimensions of the person's business. So if you're designing for a finance company, if you're designing for ABC, like when we did Bajaj going into pro biking, we came up with a complete fresh solution and concept. We had never done retail design before. Now, there are various examples. Coming back to experiential design, what fascinates somebody in a 5-star, I'm talking with specific example with hospitality, is not the gold-plated fittings or the marbles. People, okay, it's fine, it's good, but it doesn't touch your emotions. But when somebody goes to a washroom in Della and comes out with a smiling face, I think the job is well done. As far as that's an assertion or a certification that yes, the job in design is well done. Because to bring that smile out on somebody's face again and again and again is what good design is all about. And it is these small experiences together that when we practice on a regular basis, we become good at doing. So there are multiple touch points that we win over the hearts of our clients, customers, guests, whatever we call them. And hence, we've always thought of what is not available in the country. So we pioneered the concept of adventure parks. In 2008 recession, when business was dull for interiors, we would have to lay off 650 people. We decided, why don't we go into the business of adventure? This doesn't exist in the country. So again, unmet needs of people, when they are fulfilled, it becomes a successful business. The same thing happened in luxury hospitality. We came up with a concept of multiple resorts in the same property. So we've got 5 resorts in one property and 1 resort which is 1 hour away. And we create experiences so people don't mind coming back to us again and again. We have one common property that's known for luxury guests as much as it's known for adventure, as much as it's known for weddings. Now, again, a couple of years later, we innovated adventure in a different avatar, which is military theme. So we coined the word counterterrorism training for civilians. Something like this never existed in the country. And even today, there is not a single luxury military theme resort in the world. And we've managed to create in the middle of the forest, give counterterrorism training, and yet make it luxury. So it's not a boot camp, it's not a regimental training. What happens is all these are well thought out using the process of design thinking. using empathy, understanding what is not available, putting yourself in the other person's shoes, be it for graphic design or be it for interior design or be it for architecture. So very, very important is to have a very original, genuine approach towards empathy in your DNA. And then you come up with solutions of what is not available. Post this pandemic, all the more. What has happened? Your earlier question to Rajesh was very interesting. What is going to change post this pandemic? And what do designers need to do? You know, what's going to change really is physically everything is same. It's not a natural disaster. There has been no floods, no earthquakes. You can't see destruction. But what has been destroyed is the human spirit. Now the human spirit is scared. The human spirit is vulnerable. The human spirit may lose a job, may lose a business. So a lot of vulnerability or may lose their lives. There is this uncertain situation is going to put human beings in a different place. And it is our job as design solution providers to have empathy and approach it with great amount of caution and be problem solvers with whatever aspect of human life we are touching.
Can I add something? I think it's fantastic.
Yes, Jackie.
I feel like when you use the word empathy, I think this is such a correct word. Say, I always give myself students an example. Let's say we talk about the animal deer, but nowadays the students are different because their life is no longer around us. Their life is in the mobile phone. The fingers, that's their life now. Stop being observant. So, and I told the student this story let's say the animal deer in the forest, they are very sensitive. They're very alert because they're afraid the hunters will come if they go out to get water, to the river to drink water. Now, when you compare those deer in the zoo, they are different. They lost the instinct. They lost all this instinct because it's so easy to get water. They can just come out from there. And I think nowadays the student too have to think about that. That's the instinct they lost. So they can zoom in. If they look at Instagram of their friends, what they are wearing, they zoom in and they can criticize 10 different things. But I say to the student that but you never zoom in your own design and look at all the things that you need to change. So these are the things that that's why you say that why you can do that. Like you need to look around the thing. You are thinking ahead. That's why the problem solving is so important. I always tell students when you want to be creative, it's not like you becoming a Michelangelo. How are you going to solve that problem first? And also, one is whenever they come up with a solution, they're also creating a problem. So they will think that, okay, I want this particular thing. But I say, okay, well, how are we going to print it? How are we going to do a prototype? We're not printing bulk. These are the little solutions, problems you have to face. And they must also learn how to foresee that problem and what kind of things they see. So I thought you guys are fantastic talking about that because it's all like many things are connected to each other. And we have to understand that long time ago, the marketeers are the one that design things for us. But now they look at us to design things. And that's why many people probably become more lazy because of smartphone thing.
Right. So I'm going to ask a special question for Jimmy actually. And that's, well, you've had a really amazing entrepreneurial journey. And I believe, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe you started your first business so early that you didn't complete a part of your formal education. So what is the one piece of advice you gave to your children about education, degrees, diplomas? I'm really curious to know.
This is a wrong question to ask me on this. No, but I dropped out of my diploma in mechanical engineering. I learned everything I wanted to learn. And I always knew I was going to work on my own. And that diploma had no value for me in those days. But, and it was a big struggle. It was a huge risk and it was a big struggle. So when it comes to my own kids and people around, I advise them. I'm a great proponent of self-learning. I have practically self-learned myself, architecture, design, interiors, learning from studios way early in life, traveling across. So and the learning process still continues. I am still sitting and learning. I'm still wanting to go to Stanford and someday do design thinking and so on and so forth. It still continues. The learning process has never stopped. But it's something that you need to decide. You are going to implement what you learn or you are learning because you want that diploma or the degree. This is something you need to decide way early in life. And if you want to learn because you want to learn, it's a very different experience from you wanting to complete that course and get that degree or get that diploma. So I'm not saying education is super important, but you decide whether you want the degree or you want the learning. And for me, I want the learning. So you can't eat the cake and have it too. You can't put your legs in both sides and say I want both. You'll have to decide way early in life what is it that you wish to do, and then there's perseverance and consistency. You cannot decide today you want a diploma or a degree and tomorrow you say no, but I will only do selective learning. So the paths are different. Selective learning is what I am a proponent of, but I think both the paths ultimately leads towards a similar goal. At the end of the day, you need to struggle more when you don't have those degrees under your belt. But self-learning is again a great thing. However, every kind of learning comes through education. So you cannot, you're in self-learn. When you're self-learning, also it comes through the academics, it comes through practical learning, and it comes through inspirational learning. But nevertheless, learning has to never stop in life, and that's what makes you stay relevant. Otherwise, you soon become passé and you no longer are ahead of the curve. You need to struggle and learn non-stop.
I think very important. Also in design, learning is by doing. So unless you do, there is no real learning. There are no textbooks in design. So I guess
prototyping, and most designers today, I'll be shocked and surprised. Even people coming out of NID do not understand the importance of prototyping. They are ready to go ahead. They're not waiting for inspiration. They are not waiting for research, and they are ready to start drafting with their mouse or their pencils. And for me, that's a first no. When I meet a new designer, discuss something, the person goes out and they're ready to work. I mean, they haven't done their research, they haven't printed their inspirations in front of them, and they're ready to go out and start working. Which is their thought process has been doctored by a certain pattern of education, and it takes a lot of time to learn, unlearn, and relearn. So design fraternity needs to look at how not to doctor people's minds and allow them to think why before they do something.
Sure. So I think there are some questions coming in from people who are viewing this, and there's one question which I'm going to pose to Rajesh because he sort of has a ringside view. If he could just tell opportunities in visual and communication design, what could students be doing when they come out? Because if I say that, it'll be from one kind of perspective, and if Chaiti says it, it'll be from another. But I think you have a ringside view, and it's just interesting to know what you think are the opportunities.
I think I'm going to piggyback on what Jimmy said. When a student leaves the college, the first thing he does is he thinks, hey, I have become a designer. And then there's this whole surreal thing about what I should be paid. And the NID guys will think I should be paid 20 lakh rupees and somebody else is getting paid 15 lakh rupees. And I think they're all on the wrong track. The first thing he should do is, hey, I've studied something, I've learned something, I need to now gain experience. Which is the best studio that I can go and get experience from? Where can I go? Even if he has to serve, for example, if they come to Elephant Design and they're serving coffee, does not matter. They need to understand that they need to get experience for a couple of years and then find their true path, true north. Whether they want to go freelance, whether they want to start their own studio, or whether they want to continue, whatever they want to do. I think that's the part that a lot of students, and my experience is India more or less, but or London. And London, they do go through a 2 years, 3 years experience. Indian designers don't. They want to go freelance. I have met designers, and I probably met the maximum number of student designers in India more than anybody else in India. And they say, I can do 3 wedding cards and I get 6 lakh rupees. Why the hell am I going to work for 3 lakh rupees? They don't realize they'll keep doing those 3 or 4 or 5 wedding cards for the rest of their life. And their income will go to maybe 10 lakhs, 12 lakhs. But they'll never reach beyond that. So I think the first advice I'm going to give is learn in a design education, but work, experience, and learn more in a design studio. I think that's the first thing that designers, students need to do.
Sure.
Second is designers don't stop learning. The day you stop learning, you stop being relevant. So you don't stop learning. And you need to keep reading books. You need to keep looking out there. I mean, today books are relevant in many ways. You have the internet, but if designers are not curious people and they don't look around, if you're in a taxi, talk to the driver. Where is he coming from? What is he doing? What kind of food they eat? What kind of music they listen to? If you don't have conversations with the people on the ground, you will become irrelevant. If you have only aspirations of going up and you try to talk to people only who are above, you will lose all relevance with the people on the ground. So be curious, talk to people, look around you. If you're walking in a jungle, look at shades of green. Why are there so many different types of green? Which green excites you more? What is different about that? So be curious about the environment around you, the people around you, and learn from them. These are two more important things that I think they should have.
Wonderful. Thank you. Chaiti, there's a question from the audience, and somebody says that design education, I mean, I'm just saying the gist of it, design education is expensive and I don't have the kind of money. So how should I pursue design?
Oh, wow. This is, I think a businessman will probably can answer this question. See, seriously, I mean, nowadays.
Come to you, Rajesh. Go ahead, Chaiti.
Yes, if Rajesh, because it's really tough because when you do, let's say, when we do packaging design, you do need to print to make sure that your template is correct. So, but then you need, because design, you need someone to explain to you. That's right. Nowadays, there's a lot of YouTube, but if YouTube can do the job, then there's no college anymore. You know, so it depends on what kind of design you're looking for. Let's say if you're doing multimedia design, then that will be different. You don't need to do print. So that is more about software based in a way that you can still learn. And that's what everybody was saying, that you need to be observant. You need to probably ask, I mean, I ask a lot of questions that sometimes the student will say that, you know, other people are doing that. I say, other people are doing such a design doesn't mean that they're right. So that's when you need to learn how to be critical. But I'm sorry, I can't answer if it's that they can't. I think a business perspective will be better.
Rajesh, would you like to attempt that?
I don't think design is a profession you can learn. I have seen the best of designers who have not studied design as a discipline. Vince Frost never studied to be a designer. He attended some session of Neville Brody on the sidelines, loved what Neville Brody does, and just jumped into graphic design, learned on his own, and he's now quite a big designer based in Australia. Closer to home, Kay Khoo was an economist, studied economics in Canada, went back to Malaysia, started a bookstore, but kept books on design, couldn't sell the books, read all of them, and became a great designer. And so I don't think for those who are saying they don't have money, I don't think design is a profession. Design is one of the few professions that you can do on your own. In design, if you have the mental, I mean, if you love design, if you know, do what you love what you do, and if you want to be a designer, just go there and start doing it. Just start learning all the software. Go out there, meet people, read books. You don't need anything more than that.
Sure. Jimmy, you wanted to...
Very, very quickly, I'm an example of never having learned design a day in my life. But I've worked as a contractor for multiple architects and design studios. And that was my learning ground. Every architect practice and designers practice the way they work. And you learn by implementing it as a contractor. So if you're into visual communications or you're into printing, you work on the other side and learn design. If you have an inspiration to learn design, you will find 1,000 ways to learn design. And there is no shortage now with the internet. It's no longer even books, like Rajesh said. It's a world is your playground, and you have masterclass. You have so many things where you can learn design from. But it's very important to go through the grind. There is no easy way out. People want a very easy way out, that they'll study for a month and they'll do some couple of videos and they think they know it all. Design doesn't work that way. You need to go through the grind. And the best way is to practice design and learn design simultaneously. And for that, you don't need money, because you can work as a contractor. You can work in an architect's office serving tea, coffee, and you will still learn design. We had a office peon in my office who became a graphic designer. And today he's successfully doing a visual communication way better, because his whole thought process is very different. He was a peon who was serving in the office, and he never spent a rupee to learn design. But he operates all the softwares, and he does a kick-ass job, more better than a graduate coming in from a university. So it's all about, I agree with Rajesh, it's all about the enthusiasm, how badly the person wants to, how passionate is the person for design. And then there is no looking back. You can't hold a person down who's passionate about design.
I think wonderfully answered. I'm really, really thankful to all of you for giving so many inspiring quotes and messages and examples. So just to sum up, I think I'm going to take one word from each of you, and that's what I've sort of noted. I think Chaiti said that you need passion to get into design education. So passion is the first word. Jimmy, you talked about empathy, and I think it's an extremely important quality that a designer needs to have, whether communication design or any other field of design. I think empathy is extremely important. Rajesh, you talked about curiosity, and I think that's again another something that absolutely cannot be compromised. You have to observe, ask questions, and so on. And finally, coming to the last bit, which is you cannot just weave ideas into a world of imaginary something. You have to be able to actually execute them. So you have to do. So design is not just about thinking, but it's also about doing. And I think on that note, I hope all of you who are listening do find your own paths in whether in communication design, in design, or anywhere in the world. And I would like to wish all of you the very best in whatever it is that you choose. Do it well, do it with passion. And I'm going to hand it over now back to Pallavi. Thank you all. Thank you, panelists. Thank you so much.
Thank you all. Bye.
Bye.
Rajesh and Chaiti, pleasure meeting both of you. Ashwini, thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ashwini. Thank you to all our panelists. Thank you very much for enlightening us. Wow, I'm not even a student of design, and I'm so inspired by every single thing that's been spoken. I'm given to understand that people who weren't even in this field, just because of their desire to be lifelong learners, just because of their desire to really work in this area, actually went ahead and could make a career out of themselves. So I'm very sure that all our students have found brilliant answers to all their questions. Thank you once again to each and every one of you for helping us understand what it takes. And I just want to be able to share what Mariona Lopez said, that design is a formal response to a strategic question. That's food for thought again, and I'm sure that everybody who's listening in and watching out there is definitely going to start thinking in this manner as well. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I just need to tell you right here, right now, that I would, in fact, all of us would like you to go to www.edutainmentshow.in and register there for India's very first 3D virtual education exhibition event for media and design. And please do not forget to do that, because that's really going to provide you some awesome insights. Also, that opens up the door for you to be part of a contest. That's a brilliant contest. Of course, you cannot have your cake and eat it too kind of thing. You can't not register and then partake of the contest. So obviously, once you register for the 3D Expo, Virtual Expo, you will log in, enter the Virtual Expo, and then, of course, you will visit all the stalls. You will look for cookies and in all the documents sections that you have there. And you have to actually pick up 3 cookies from 3 different stalls and collect those, send us the screenshots, and do that on this particular email ID that I'm sharing with you right now, edu_giveaway@eventcapital.in. And of course, 3 lucky winners will be selected, because you will get a chance to win Amazon vouchers worth 1,000 rupees each every single day. So please don't forget to do that. And yes, do not also forget that we do have what we call the aptitude test that is going on. We also have career counseling that's been happening, but there are very limited slots for these. Okay, so these are happening by Ecole Institute Lab, by Raffles, also by Instituto Marangoni, Silica, and Whistling Woods International. Hurry, because limited slots only. And of course, in your chat box, you will receive the information where you need to log in, who you can call, all of that within the next 2 minutes. All right. Okay. So right now we're going to be getting into something, and we will be right back with lots more. Stay tuned. welcome back. Yes, I'm still with you. And it is an absolute fact that the illiterate of the future are not those who cannot read or write, okay? But they are the ones who cannot learn, unlearn, and relearn. Absolute fact of life it is. Every single moment in 2020 is testimony to this. And today, we're so lucky to be part of a fantastic conversation because, you know, we have with us a multi-award winning director, CEO, Lakshya Live Experience, Mr. Mover and Shaker himself, Navneet Mohan. Hello, Navneet. Thank you very much for being here with us this afternoon. And he is in conversation with the unabashed spirit who was not meant to be. Well, she is the actor, award-winning anchor, TV presenter who loves getting paid to talk. Yeah, well, hashtag paid to talk. Yes, we are talking about the indomitable badass, Kubra Seth. Welcome, welcome, Kubra. I'm sure these guys are really waiting, for you or rather to learn from you, because you're going to be speaking about relearning happens through success in conversation with Navneet. So I'm very sure that they're all ears. Over to you, Navneet. Take it away.
Thank you, Pallavi. I think you started the intro, and for Kubra, I thought I'll keep the intro short. But then, I've known this person for close to a decade now, I guess, around 9 years or so. For me, she's more of a friend, a colleague. I've done so many events with, had some great chats over years, in backstage, etc. But for many of you, she's a celebrity. She's a social media influencer. She's an actor par excellence. Today we're going to talk to this fireball of energy. This person who's there. I can really feel the vibe already on the call already, right? Even through a virtual thing, I can feel that energy of Kubra coming. Kubra, welcome to the masterclass. Great to have you here. Great to do a role rehearsal for a change, right? I've seen you do this part of things for so many years, and I'm doing this for a change, and it's my privilege and honor. So over to you. How's it been for you?
It's funny, right? Navs, we spoke about how we feel in the moment just last evening. And it wasn't a tough, it wasn't an easy day to get by. It never is easy. And I was wondering, when I get onto this phone call, what is going to be my spirit? You don't have control over how should you feel when you're in this spot.
Yeah.
It's funny because as an anchor, as a performer, as what Pallavi is doing right now, I think we've all been in this space before, but I think the beauty of being that entertainer, that performer, is to pull up your socks and forget no matter what you are going through and put your best foot forward. But us having this conversation today is just like, wow, can I be real? And I don't know if I can, just be here and be like, I'm not up to it, man.
I know, Kubra. We chatted about it yesterday over chat. I've had a major loss of one of my childhood coaches, so I'm still coping with that. But I guess that's life, yeah. The show must go on, as they say it, right? And we continue. There are students waiting to listen to us who are aspiring media students. So I'm going to dwell. It's a half an hour chat. There's so much to ask you.
Yeah.
We'll try to keep it light. I think it's important for us to cheer up as well.
Yes.
From what happened over the weekend.
Let us do that as our responsibility.
Absolutely. And what I want to start with is really, Kubra, I think I know your story, right? From the Bangalore days, the young girl in Bangalore. I've seen some stories. I saw Brian's episode. I got a lot of insights from that. And then moving to Dubai for a few years with an MNC. And then making that big, bold call of coming to Bombay and trying out and being so successful, award winner, being one of the best MCs in India, and then making another career switch. So you've been really, so that's where I kind of, this topics also kept there, relearning, unlearning through success. Each time you're successful, or many of them kind of settle into those roles and be in the comfort zone, but you kind of really cracked it through. So I want you to just take us through your journey from your childhood days and what made you take those decisions. And we'll hear about that and then go ahead from there.
I don't know if I understood what the meaning of success was when I was much younger. I think nobody does, because there is a sense of attachment that you get with success. It's very physical. It's very materialistic. Success is driven by the car you drive, the house you live in, the clothes you wear. That is success. And funnily, we all are chasing it without being aware of it. So I think when you kind of stop and look back at your own choices, you realize if that's what it means to you. That being said, when I was younger, I didn't know what being successful meant, because you're usually graded. And if you manage to get, so in my school, we would get a red line under your score if you had failed. And it was blue, green, and black, depending on your first, second, and third place in the particular subject. I thought that was success for me. If I managed to get like a blue, a green, or a black underline under my score, I thought that was success. So it's funny, right? Like everything has a space. Like, you go like, okay, that is your accomplishment. That means you've been successful. But I think when I made that big move of moving from Microsoft to Mumbai, I think what I realized was that I was so comfortable that I wasn't pushing myself any further. I was very successful at my job. I mean, I had a job. I was a success story for maybe my mom and her friends and family. They were kind of proud of attaching themselves to my name, saying, she works at Microsoft. But it wasn't doing anything for me. And I was too comfortable in that spot of waking up in the morning, taking a shower, picking up my coffee, go to work, finish work, come back home. Weekends are meant to party, and that's it. And that became such a routine that it wasn't pushing me. It wasn't making me happy anymore. And I was getting very discomforted in comfort. And funnily, we all work towards success because it's comfort. So I think it was that realization that brought me to Mumbai. When I didn't know anybody, I didn't know you, I didn't know Brian, I didn't know anybody in this business. I didn't know Bombay, I didn't know nothing. And everybody I got to know was Facebook friends. And sending them emails and cold calls and cold emails. I think that's how I got my way into the business. But early on in life, I thought it was Rajesh who actually identified me as an anchor and then publicized me for no reason. He had nothing to earn from it, nothing to gain. And he put me out there on this map of events. And I will always be grateful for that. And then one thing led to another. And then I think you need people to give you the opportunity to prove your mettle, but you should also be prepared to take the opportunity when it comes your way.
But what made you decide that I'm going to go to Bombay? Did you find the calling that, I'm going to try my hand at anchoring? Because that's a bold decision, right? From a comfortable job to come to a city that is totally unknown. There is this fear of Bombay that happens sometimes.
Yeah, actually, I think my mom feared the city more than I did. She always said it's the city of demons. And with the incidents that are happening around us, I do find it a lot close to her definition of it. But, we always looked at it as the city of dreams. If you had an ambition, if you had the thrive, if you had the energy, if you were a go-getter, then you shouldn't be anywhere else. You should be in Mumbai. And then I look at my brother, who's so comfortable being in Bangalore, carving his niche, doing what he loves to do. And then you realize geography is just yet another, another little push.
I know. And then from again, did you get bored with anchoring after a point because you felt it that the challenge was missing again when you made the move, or it just happened by default that acting?
It was gradual. It was me making sure that I was present at auditions. Failing those auditions, being told you're not good enough, or being asked for that matter, you think this is going to pay your bills? Because now the event managers and that part of my life felt they were responsible for my decisions. Like, you're doing an ad, you think that's acting? I'm like, no, I don't know what anything is. I'm just doing it. I'm doing it because I have the time to do it. I think what I realized in 10 years of hosting is that I finally reached a space where I could make time for myself. And I think making time for yourself allows you to realize what else do you want in life. So I think I just tried different things out. And when the opportunity presented itself, I was ready to grab it. And that's what kind of made the change. I laugh about this. I say it way too many times. I've said this to you. But there was a time in my life when I would open this door and I would be like, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, to my cat. I was like, okay, that is a sign you are fried and you need to do something else.
I know. I mean, I can feel you. I kind of know what you're saying. We'll come to, I think everybody would like to know about the story of Sacred Games and how Cuckoo happened. Before that, I think the big thing we want to know really is how did you go about the learning process? Yeah, because there is a process to it, right? I mean, was it people that helped you? Was it books that helped you? How did you kind of make that switch, so drastic switches? And then cope with it and then become extremely successful with what you do. So I think learning, because that's staying true to the topic as well. How do you go about that process each time? The MNC to a anchoring media professional, and from an anchoring media professional to an actor.
So obviously, I've realized that I've never learned anything to do a job that I've done. Like I studied accounting, but I was a marketing professional. I studied journalism and I went into business management. So there's really been no linear connection to things. But I remember it was year 2010 when I moved to Bombay. I had time and I had no work because I was still figuring it out. That's when I joined Barry John's classes of acting. I realized I wasn't capable. I wasn't fit to be there, because I was not chasing the passion of acting. I was chasing where my next check is going to come from. So I left it in such a way that I didn't have a certificate. So I did go to his class, but I was not given the certificate like in my college days because I didn't have attendance. But I realized that if you want to do something, you should find your medium to learn. Like for me, learning to be a good public speaker came from watching umpteen number of stand-up comedians on stage. I've always been, challenging what I know based on the viewpoint that I have heard possibly an Ellen DeGeneres, present her views. I've always been fascinated about what do you do with these thoughts in your mind? Everybody has these thoughts, but you need to structure them in a way so that I can convey them to you. So I think I started doing that, and I still do. And I remember it was right after Sacred Games, I think, and I was still not someone who watched too many movies because I can't watch English movies without subtitles. I don't get the language. So I still need to see them with subtitles. And I had a friend of mine who's a DOP and said, what is this? Yeah, why are you watching? Why are you watching stand-up comedy? You are an actor. You should watch films. So you understand what's going through the minds of people. So that kind of stayed with me. While I did pick up acting books and I did read them, it was for me, like the common thing that I say, you can take a book, how to learn how to swim in 30 days, but you will never swim unless you don't touch the water. So I think although I read those books, although I watched those movies, although I heard those interviews, like I would listen to a lot of interviews of actors to understand what their process is. More than process, what kind of people are they? Who are you from inside that you can channel so many different characters through you? Your body, your voice, your eyes, everything is just a medium, a vehicle. What is it that you are as a person? And did I fit to be that kind of a person? Was I in touch with my emotions? Because I love what Pankaj Tripathi once said. He said, everybody thinks they can be an actor because everyone has emotions in them. But the difference between having emotions and being an actor is to be able to repeat that emotion on cue. So when I heard that, I said, okay, so this is what I need to prepare myself towards. And I've had great mentors along the way. People who've known how to harness my energy. And I've given myself willingly and submitted myself to their learning so that I can learn in the process.
Yeah, so willingness to learn, I think that's the key. I think one key takeaway I found with this chat was, I think observation is everything. I think you are such a keen observer. I've seen you on shows. you pick, you even a dealer meet, right? You might not even connect with that person sitting across the table, but you're such a keen observer that you pick there and then make the show completely. 2 days of conferencing I've seen you handle with those couple of people and having that banter. I mean, that's an amazing skill. Now let's come to, the interesting fact of having, I mean, you started doing cameos in films like Sultan, Reddy, etc. And then finally came the big one, the Cuckoo episode, right? Uh, just quickly tell us how, I mean, I know you've been auditioning, etc., but tell me the story of Cuckoo. Yeah? How did you land up and how are you so confident to handle such a tough character?
There's like every day that kind of reveals itself, and I have something new to speak about it. Funnily, you get so tired of telling your own story that
I know that.
You don't have a story left anymore. But just a few weeks ago, I think Daniel Radcliffe spoke about J.K. Rowling, where he said, transgender women are women. End of discussion, period.
Right.
It's so bizarre that when I did the show and I had just gotten out of it, I said, but I was playing a woman. What's the hue and cry? I remember having this conversation with you, where I've said, why is everyone making it like it's larger than life when it's actually just portrayal of life as we know it? I mean, how are you human if you can't accept another human for the choices he or she or they make? So I think for me, it was Ankur Tiwari. He had a conversation with Anurag and Zoya in a closed room, called me and said, I believe you can. And I'm like, but we've met 5 times probably. How do you know I can? He's like, I just know. So go there and do a good job. And I know I did a terrible job, the first audition. But there was something that Anurag saw, and he called me back again and said, I'm giving you more details, more information. Don't screw it up. And I didn't know that they were casting and they needed someone by the end of the week. So I auditioned for it on the 24th.
Did you prepare for it? My question is that, did you go out? Like, I've heard these stories of
I didn't.
People. No, okay.
No, I didn't.
Just your past experiences that you brought together.
Yeah,
Have you seen those people?
I had to be a human being.
Absolutely.
That's it. I remember on the day, so we were shooting the revelation scene, or what the world now most commonly known as the frontal nudity scene. We shot that on the first day. It was the last scene we canned on the first day of my shoot.
Oh.
And I was very scared. Not about the frontal nudity, but about crying. And I kept telling Anurag, I said, I don't know how I'm going to cry. And Anurag is like, acha karte, acha karte, acha karte. And in casual, in passing, he asked me about some relationship that I had, my life, my journey. And then sitting in the vanity van, he just channeled everything into me. I have this one big, huge drop of tear that fell from my eye. And he said, that's it. Nobody speaks to her. Give her another glass of whiskey. Don't talk to her. Get her to set when I'm ready. And literally, I placed my glass on that table. The knock happened and everything was so organic. No one referred to the paper. Nobody referred to the moment. I cried every single time I heard cut. He pulled me up and would make me do it again. And we did it 7 times. Wow. When I walked out, everyone clapped and I was like, really? And I swear to God, I went back home and I texted him and said, am I still on the show? And he said, are you kidding me? You gave me gold. So yeah.
That's what great directors can get things out of you, right? So Cuckoo, again, you started by saying that the backlash you got on social media, I mean, after playing the role, I think there was appreciation all the way through, right? iMessage. I mean, such a powerful character, so well executed, great vision from the director. But there was still, you had to go through that a little bit of hell on social with people. And how do you kind of cope with it? Was the family important at that point of time? Was Jasmine Auntie and Danish a key people around you to support you during that time?
I think you have a lot of naysayers, but what gets you through is your lifeboat. and your ship may be sinking, but if you have a strong lifeboat, you will get through. And I think that's what I learned. For me, I don't think for a very large part of my life, I've really responded to what the naysayers have to, throw me around with, or have to kind of serve me. In general, what I've always looked at is immediate family, and for me, that's mom and my brother.
Right.
And I think when my mom said, "I'm proud of you," I could take whatever was coming. I was like, bring it on now, bring it on. I'm fine. Sometimes you identify with people to be your rock. And at that point, if they show up for you and they stand for you, everything seems to work. But it takes years. It takes many falls to realize that that person is your rock.
Right. And I think everybody needs that lifeboat. I love that statement. So I think we've another 10 minutes to go as per clock, but I have so many things to ask you, Kubra. I've not even reached 1/3 of my questions, right? Okay,
Sorry, I have long answers.
No, yeah. I mean, I when I saw the timing, I said it should have been a little more. Okay, I know too much has been spoken about Cuckoo and the character, but I loved your role as Ria in Jawani Janeman. I love the movie. Thanks for recommending it. I saw it, and no, I loved it because I suddenly found that you're so much at ease now. You become a seasoned actor because sometimes I don't see you that way because I know you as a person. And I said, what? I mean, brilliant. And you're such, to be a Saif's, love interest in that movie was brilliant. And the current recent episodes, Anushka Rao in Reject, Mayor Salam in Illegal, I think brilliance. Now, are you now getting comfortable with, the real actor in you is now, you don't need an Anurag trying to talk you into it, or things are coming naturally to you now?
I think when you do something well, whether it's acting or hosting, literally it's saying one sentence with confidence, and that's "Good evening, ladies and gentlemen." It'll get you through the next 3 hours. So I think if you've hit one right note, it'll pull you through the next few projects that you do.
Right.
But I'm an extremely eager learner in life. I walk into a place like I don't know anything, and I honestly don't. This is not some sort of fake humility. I'm genuinely learning on the job, whether I'm learning from Goldie, whether I'm learning from Anurag, or whether I'm learning from Nitin Kakkar. I remember, or Anuva Pal for that matter, who directed my first show ever. I remember acting for me was sign. Like if I said a line, I had to bob my head and look away the other side, and that was acting for me. That's end of scene. And then I realized that wasn't, and he would be like, I need my character in place. And I think that's what Nitin brought back to me as well. And he said, I don't want Kubra, I want Ria, because I would become Kubra in the middle. Yeah. I'm so energized by what Saif is doing, I would forget who I was playing. And Nitin would bring me back. So I'm very grateful to have had some really good people, some great storytellers.
So I'm going to now ask you very, very quick questions, quick answers, so that then we can ask some of the audience's questions are coming up right now. Quick thing, now with OTT and cinema, you're doing both right now. Is there a major difference as an actress you find in the art and the skill of delivering a performance with both?
No, yeah. I think you have to just be honest with whoever you're playing. Even if you're in one scene and you can make that scene count, that's more than enough.
Okay, great. Something I wanted to ask you, because I don't think we have any casting directors coming on the panel of Edutainment, but you've gone through what I call the struggle of being an actor, the auditions and stuff like that, and you've dealt with so many casting directors. If people as students want to take up casting as I know actor, we all understand, but I think that's an interesting profession that's now getting recognized in India because of so much content. What is your tips for students to get into the field of casting? Is there a set format or set skill set that you need to acquire?
I think it's a bit ad hoc even now. Like today, I can literally count on my fingers the number of audition houses or casting houses who have full knowledge of who the character is, what is the age group that you're looking for, and they're not just cold calls of, hi, hello, I'm so and so. They know the lines. and they're actually playing it off with you. They're actually acting so that they can give you the moment that you need to respond. Acting is not about reacting, it's about responding to what's happening in that moment around you. And there are very few people who are actually doing a good job with that. They know the lines, they know what they're expecting out of you, and they guide you. They maneuver you to go to where you want. The other thing is, I know it's extremely, extremely brutal, but like in every profession, you need to have a very large heart to be able to forgive, but also to be able to say no. You know, most of us become such yes sayers that we forget that no is a more powerful word. So I think, and you need to know acting before you can cast someone.
That's an interesting thing.
You need to feel before you can ask someone else to feel. It can't be just rattling off lines.
Great. I think we've got an extension of 10 more minutes, Kubra.
Yay!
So we can chat more and then continue our chat offline as well.
Yes.
Quick one. Industry professionals now, because the current platform we are talking about is about entertainment. You've gone the complete reverse way, right? You've learned something, did something else altogether. But what is your tip to the kids who are getting into the industry right now? Because there are so many great institutes that teach you professional, courses. It can be acting course to direction to production, whatever. So, what is your key takeaway to these young professionals aspiring to be there? What would you like to say to them?
I have a question to you. Tell me, what are your thoughts on people graduating to be event managers and the schools that teach you event management?
I have a disconnect there, to be honest, because I feel that event management is just a subset of the larger industry. So if you look at my background, I've actually done a media and communications management course in the holistic way, right? And I feel that there was event management, but there was PR, there was advertising, there was media planning, there was a whole lot of it, and then I chose to be in this, right?
For me, it's very similar. I look at it exactly like that. When you go to a school to teach you something or to learn from that school, I'm not refuting the efforts of the school. But what I'm also trying to say is they will give you techniques.
Absolutely.
But you need to apply those techniques and only pick and choose the techniques that you most resonate with. They'll teach you everything. They'll give you academic knowledge of everything. But what is it that resonates most with you? And to be able to pick and choose, you need to have lived life. And I think that's most important. And you don't necessarily need to go to an acting school to learn about acting. You could go to an art school and learn about art to be able to express yourself through the medium of the camera. I mean, I'm sorry, I'm coming back to it, but Shishant was an incredible human being who loved astrophysics. What does that have to do with his profession of acting? So no knowledge ever gathered will ever go for a waste. Whether that means to say, today I want to learn about how technology functions, I want to learn about astronomy, you never know. Also, I think, as you rightly said, we all need to have observation. I think we can just learn by walking down the street. I don't know if I ever mentioned this to you, but I was once hosting an interview with Nawaz, and he was asked, who's your inspiration? And he said that, there was this mechanic who used to live down my house. And this mechanic would be able to, by the sound of the vehicle approaching, he would be able to say that iska carburetor mein ganda hai. And as the guy would approach, he would stop him and say, Sab, carburetor saaf karke deta. So you need to be so much into what you do that you can, for no monetary materialistic reason, still be able to say, is carburetor mein kachra hai. And if you can do your job that well, you're a success story.
Brilliant. I think it's such an interesting insight. But again, just coming back to that question, Kubra, I had no clue for many years what I really wanted to do.
Nobody does.
Right? So I'm sure a lot of kids right now who's making those career choices also has the same problem. So do you kind of go with your gut instinct, or you kind of evaluate saying, I'm good at this and so I should try that? I mean, I understand. And then go into an institute, they give you the platform and the tools and you apply that and go forward. Is that would I be right if I say that is the approach?
What's worked for me is instinct. What's worked for me is that immediate feeling. And this is not just about a choice of going forward with a decision. It's about even being in a place to accept that opportunity. If I feel uncomfortable in a place, I need to have the courage to get up and leave. Or I should be able to have the courage to bring it up, have that conversation. The minute I start killing myself or my inner voice, I'm never going to excel in this so-called world of achievements and success. If I'm not honest to myself, and if I'm not able to address that, this is, or at least be able to ask myself, why am I uncomfortable in this situation? I didn't know I could have played cuckoo. It was Anurag's vision. Sometimes you have to let the world give you a chance, right, and give it a go, give it a try. Sometimes you'll propel yourself. It's a combination of everything, but you should never let that inner voice of yours get silent.
Great. Before I go into the audience question, what is your next pivot, Kubra? With you, I don't know. Suddenly I hear that, okay, I become a producer. I don't know if you're already producing shows. I'm going to become a director. I'm going to go into Hollywood. I'm going to become a professional singer tomorrow. Kubra, what's your future? What are you thinking of?
Says I'm going to bring home an Oscar.
Wow.
So let's leave it at that.
Brilliant. I'm going to quickly pick an audience question because we've got another 5 minutes to go. There's a question from Payal Das. How do you build up the confidence when you interview a very famous celebrity? There are many a times we feel nervous doing it. Please share a situation like and how you overcame it. I think it's more to do with your anchor career.
I think it's got to do more with you. How are you feeling right now, Navs? Introducing a very famous celebrity. Okay, no, I'm messing with you. I think Nawaz again said this very beautifully. He was asked, how do you respond to being in the same frame with an Amitabh Bachchan? And he said, if I start treating Amitabh Bachchan as Amitabh Bachchan, I'll never be able to say my lines with honesty. And it's disrespect to the craft. I'm not being honest with myself. I'm not being honest to him. If he has turned around and given me the opportunity to share frame with him as a character, I need to be my character as well. So if I'm actually speaking to somebody and they have a story, but if I'm enamored by this persona of theirs and not interested in their story, I will be thrown off. But if I'm keenly listening, I would be able to come up with things that are of my interest. It's very important to know what is it that connects you to bring that story together. There is no one ever in this world who is greater than you or bigger than you, especially in the world of art. Today, you can tell stories through just the minds that these people have been. Sometimes you're lucky to have traveled more in terms of the mind space, and sometimes you're not, but that doesn't mean that the life that you've led is less valuable. So the minute I listen to you, being interested in you, that story sounds more real and more authentic. Not just to me, but to everyone else who's listening.
I've heard a similar story that I've learned when cricketers, especially people making debut, you suddenly have you're bowling to Sachin Tendulkar. And that's the best. The most successful players have been players who don't look at Sachin Tendulkar as Sachin Tendulkar, but another batsman. I think that's the universal.
What's my job? What's your job? I remember the first time I hosted an event with Shah Rukh, I actually got off stage and I said, dude, I deserve to get paid for this because I did my job. Because you're in such enamor of Shah Rukh Khan that I could have messed that show up at any point. But I didn't. And I was like, I deserve to get paid for this job.
Okay, the next question is from Poonam Goel. She's asking, stunning actor you are. We all know that. She wants to ask you about another character, Meher Salam's character. How was it to go through that character's journey? You portrayed that so effortlessly, as always. What is your take on that? Yeah, I think negative kind of portrayal, brilliant.
No, I think when you do a character, the one thing that I've realized over a period of time and through other people who are in this job, in this business, in this medium of performance is that when you are playing a character, you do not stand to judge them. And the beauty that Meher Salam came with is that she was not judging herself either. She was very clear on the fact that yes, I've committed a crime and yes, I need to die. So just get done with it. Put an end to this ordeal. So when you are pushed to a level where you have nothing to lose, then how does it matter how you're perceived? You've got nothing to lose. And I think that's where Meher Salam came. You know, that's where I saw her. And I saw her as this person who had nothing to lose. She only had death to embrace. That's it. And I think death is the most uncertain and the most feared eventuality of our life. And she didn't have any fear of it. You know, like I'm playing this one character, I can't talk about it, but she actually says, you don't play chess with someone who burns the board.
You could talk a little bit of what the characters also. I was going to actually come to what's next from Kubra. What are we going to see? I know there's a movie coming.
I'm waiting for my next project to commence again. It's currently suspended considering the times that we live in right now. But it is something that's going to be yet another shift for me.
Wow.
And I'm extremely, extremely eager to embrace that. I don't know what the outcome
is. Is this what you were doing before the lockdown in Ireland?
Yes.
Okay, great. Wow, that's going to be interesting. So another pivot. Wow, this is going to be interesting phase to see the next phase of Kubra's Safe. Coming to some quick questions. A boyfriend, marriage, some personal questions that we usually have in standing in backstage and have it. I'm sure people like to know that part of Kubra's Safe as well.
I think I'm going to stick to the cliche answer that I'm in a relationship with myself right now. I don't have the time. No, man, I honestly think I'd love to be in a relationship. I just don't know how emotionally equipped I am to deal with it because I live in such an incubator of my life that I don't know if I have anything left to give someone else. So I've always looked for a person who is like me. And trust me, if they come and ask me out, I will go on a date with them. And I will be happy to take that.
I think keep your social media close to you. I'm sure a lot of things will start happening right now.
Oh, I can't wait. I mean, Sushmita Sen could have Romal, slip into her DMs. And if Priyanka Chopra can have Nick Jonas slip into her DMs, why not?
Okay, my second last question, we're going to quickly wrap up. Couple of things. I think I wanted to give 3 mantras of Kubra Seth as a person and 3 mantras of Kubra Seth as a professional. Your success mantras. Well, the guys listening to you can probably learn from. There's a lot you've spoken about. You've spoken about being a keen observer, eager learner. It's a technique, it's an art. Nothing's bigger than the art. There's so many great things you said, and I will never forget this, Kubra. Thanks for today's session. Always have your lifeboat. I think we've all had it, but we didn't look at it the way you put it across. What are your key mantras before I wrap
up? 3 things I think that have been a constant in my life is that never be afraid to try something new. I read this just recently and it resonated with me very dearly, and that's never have a plan B. And Arnold Schwarzenegger says something really, really beautiful. He says, it's okay to fight against the world that they don't believe in you. But a plan B simply means to say you don't believe in yourself. So never have a plan B. Focus your energies on plan A. And lastly, live like now is all you have and make time for yourself.
Now is all you have and make time for yourself. Thank you, Kubra. It's been an honor doing this with you. I've always seen you on the other side doing this with so many people. I was actually tensed a lot because you're a seasoned anchor. You've done with Shah Rukh Khan to, the Prime Minister of India, to everybody under the moon. So it was a tough one, but I really enjoyed it and we'll continue our chat. Stay strong. I think I've already recapped some of your key takeaways and some of it is a great takeaway for me as well. Say hi to mom, say hi to Danish. Right, and thank you so much for a great time. And over to you, Pallavi. You can take on from here.
Fantastic, Kubra. I have to say this to you. मतलब एक शेर आपके लिए पढ़ना चाहूंगी कि मुकाबला है तेरी शख्सियत का, मुकाबला है तेरी शख्सियत का सितारों से, न जाने आज सितारों का हाल क्या होगा. Well, I'm telling you, I mean, this was such a fantastic conversation that Navneet and Kubra had, and I'm sure a whole lot of people learned a whole lot of things through this conversation. So thank you very much, Kubra, for doing this for us. Thank you very much, Navneet, as well. I'm sure the students had a lot of takeaway. And, I just learned a whole lot about attitude. And that was my biggest takeaway, that attitude in life has to be so perfect, that plan A, always my eyes are going to be on plan A and bringing my A game on. And thank you very much once again from everybody here. All right. So continuing right now, let me give you a quick reminder. You have to log in. Please, you have to do this, not for us, for yourselves. Come on. You have to log in to www.edutainmentshow.in and register for India's first 3D virtual education exhibition event for media as well as for design. And yes, only then will you be able to take part in the contest. And I'm sure I've spoken enough and more about the contest, but a quick recap: you need to go ahead, log in, and of course you definitely need to give us, you need to visit different stalls there, but definitely look for 3 cookies from the document section from 3 different stalls. Send us the screenshots of those on edu_giveaway at eventcapital.in, and of course 3 lucky winners will stand a chance to win themselves amazing Amazon vouchers worth 1,000 rupees each. This is happening daily. Of course, we do have a whole lot of free aptitude tests and career counseling happening for you from Ecole Intuit Lab, raffles, Instituto Marangoni, Silica, as well as from Whistling Woods International. Ladies and gentlemen, those are very limited slots. So please go right ahead. We will send you the details in the chat box. Okay, so take a quick break here. When I say break, watch this and we will be right back.
Say no more, I am not bothered if you're keeping score. I'm only looking for some room to breathe, just a blanket for my hopes and dreams, just one moment to be free. Just one moment to be free. Just a blanket for my hopes and dreams. Just one moment to be free.
right, welcome back. And yes, I am still your host with the most, Pallavi Valyaraj. And our next session today is career opportunities in creative arts industry, so to speak, powered by the Whistling Woods International School of Creative Arts. Now, I just have to share this about the creative artist, so to speak, that somebody who is a creative artist, we say they dip their brush into their soul, and that's how the creative artist is born. And creativity definitely does take a lot of courage. And I'm sure that, the people who are going to be on this panel will definitely be able to enlighten you and how you can take your life forward if you choose to be in this space. But I must share this with you because we're talking about Whistling Woods International here. I have to share that almost 2 decades ago, I had the privilege to host the Bhumi Pujan of the Whistling Woods International in Dadasaheb Phalke Film City, Mumbai. And my God, it is such a joy today to be welcoming our moderator for this session. He is the head of department at Whistling Woods International School of Fashion Design. Please help me welcome Julian Alvarez. I know that the applause is going to be a silent one, Mr. Alvarez, for you, but I'm sure you can feel it already. And of course, we do have some amazing panelists along with our moderator who promise to make this a very engaging discussion for each and every one of you who are tuned in. Creative Director, Houndstooth Strategic Communications. Please give it up for Shreya Gulati. Thank you very much, Shreya, for being here with us this evening. Also, please welcome filmmaker and Chief Assistant Director, Rohan Rege. Thank you very much, Rohan, for being here with us. We also have with us CEO Gamatronics. Yes, that's CEO Gamatronics for you, Mr. Rajat Ojha. Thank you very much, Rajat, for being here with us on this wonderful evening. And we have a fashion designer and founder of Chola by Sohaya Mishra. Thank you, lovely lady, for being here with us this evening and having welcomed our moderator and all our panelists. It's all yours, Mr. Alvarez. Take it away.
Thank you, Pallavi. Thank you so much. That was a very nice and energetic way to ring in this webinar, which I think all of us are very excited to be a part of. Like you actually said, this has been brought to you by the Whistling Woods International School of Creative Arts. And to put this discussion into perspective, where we talk about creative career pathways in the creative industry, we had to really put together, a very eminent panel of and a very panel of experts, in the industry. And we have Shreya, Ms. Shreya Gulati, the creative director of Houndstooth. And her special skills lie in illustration, graphics, animation, and in UI and UX design. More importantly, we'd also like to congratulate her because she has just won an award this year, the INA Design Award in Advertising, Marketing, and Communications in the design category. We have with us Mr. Rohan Rege, who is a filmmaker. Very interestingly, started up a career in animation design and then branched off into filmmaking. Has worked with leading film houses in the country, and of course, through that, worked with films, very popular films. We have Mr. Rajat Ojha, who is the CEO of Gamatronics, who's been in the industry for over 25 years, and is a master of the game, is the best way to put it. And we also have with us Ms. Sohaya Mishra, the creative director and the founder of Chola, the label, a sustainable label in India, that is known for its making luxury fashion accessible. And Sohaya has showcased on all the leading platforms of the fashion industry. She has her own store as well as sells out of leading stores in the country, and has also have a very large patronage of clients across the country and abroad. Before we go further into this discussion, I'd like to take you through a small presentation and an AV about what Whistling Woods International is all about. So can we have the AV, please?
Jocelyn Woods International, Institute of Film, Communication, and Creative Arts.
Thank you, everyone, and welcome once again. So, talking about the creative industry, it opens up a plethora of pathways to anyone looking to pursue creative, pursue creative education. But however, creativity is something that is intrinsic. It's something that we're born with. It's just that as we grow, as years go by, and we get exposed to the different fields and aspects of the creative industry, we choose a direction and we choose a path. And the influences could be varied. It could be the films we watch. It could be the media we are exposed to. It could be closer home, our surroundings, the people we are exposed to, maybe in our families, maybe at schools, maybe at college, and somehow we find a way to express that inner creative bug that is there in all of us. A lot of times we start up and we pursue in a particular direction, end up with a formal training in that particular in that particular aspect of the industry that we choose. But a lot of times we find ourselves at pathways and at crossroads where we can take alternative paths, we can take different routes, certain jobs, certain projects that we land ourselves in, open up different opportunities. And I think it's very important for any design aspirant today to have that sort of an open mind, to be versatile, to be able to adapt. Although after having achieved a good strong foundation, in the nuances of design and the creative industry. Shreya, I'd like to have you tell us a little bit about your journey so far, and what all has got you to where you are today.
Sure. You're very right. Like what you said, that paths change, fields change, because it's not necessarily that what you have studied in the design school is something that you're going to continue with, because mediums change as well. When I was studying design 10 years back, there wasn't a UI UX industry per se. That means that the schools were not teaching that at that moment, which obviously was a shift that happened while I was still working. So now I do that work, whereas I do it in a professional capacity, but I never really trained for it in a design school. But that's the thing about design schools. Design schools provide you the tools to kind of learn how to adapt, and to kind of give you the sort of like a foundation to kind of be able to do whatever you require post that. After that, no matter which medium, I know we have Rajat here who's into AR and VR. Like these are very, augmented reality is a very relatively new field to be in. So for colleges to provide every tool possible is obviously not, they need to provide the foundation, after which of course it's dependent on each individual how you kind of take it forward. So even for me, that's the same thing. I studied animation design in college, in communication design. I specialized in animation, but of course over time, like my career took me into different directions, and I wanted to challenge myself with different things where it's not just even about design. Like you also have to learn about business, you also have to learn about strategy. You're constantly learning and you're constantly self-evolving. So I think you're absolutely right. Adaptability is the key word here. One has to adapt to the constant motion which is happening in the industry, and you have to kind of be aware of how the industry is moving. Like television was huge a few years back, but then it's been on a decline for so long. I started work in Channel V, which is a television thing, which is great. It was great experience and great talented people that I got to work with. But You have to, of course, keep adapting and keep changing your formats, and self-learning becomes like one of the key aspects then.
Thanks, Shreya. Rajat, over to you. Um, you've been in the industry for quite a while. You've seen the industry evolve. Probably. So, did you have a formal training in what you're doing now, or is it something that you arrived at through your many years of experience?
Absolutely. So it's absolutely a weird story, in fact, to start with, because I was studying medicine. I started with MBBS. So and very quickly I realized that's not my that's not what I wanted. And I did engineering again. Engineering is the database and all those. And during I'm talking about 91, 92. It was all about database and all those kind of things and stuff. I was one of those few who actually was inclined to make games, because in 1989 I was playing on my Atari. So I was like one of those guys who got early access to some sort of gaming device. And that's when I figured out, so instead of playing, I used to look at the screen and used to figure out like how am I controlling the movement of everything what was happening. So I knew that I wanted to be part of that industry. I didn't know how. And when I actually left my hometown, which is Jodhpur in Rajasthan, to pursue my medicine, I immediately jumped out and started preparing for engineering. And because I come from a doctor's family and all that. And then during this engineering time, my entire focus was to learn, how to control the pixels on the screen, and that's what actually made me, and during my college project, I actually made a game, when everybody was making some library systems or banking software or something like that. I was the one who was trying to make a game, and I made a game called Sea Dogs, which I launched on, Earnet, which is education research, because internet was really, really awful back then. I had absolutely no idea how to make a game, and I found one single book which was published by Tech Media, and it came with a floppy disk, with some game code and all those things, which was, for me, that was enough, the treasure. And I created that game using technology called Pascal, which is not taught any longer. So I made that entire game. I launched it. 70,000 people actually downloaded from ERNet, Education Research Network, and that was the beginning. And I never looked back, because I always wanted to do that. But if you see, the industry has completely changed. Back in those days, forget about colleges and other things. Even internet was not available. So there was no way we could actually learn to be game developer or something like that. I literally had to hunt a lot and everywhere to find my resources and understand the graphics part of the programming. So you should know what you're gonna do in your life. So I knew, and that's why I was focusing constantly and channelizing my energy on that. And then I worked across the globe. I worked in US, Europe, in Belgium, and then in India. And I've seen those pixels moving like in Pac-Man and Arkanoids and bricks kind of game to the absolute uncanny valley kind of games what you see today, like the God of War and the Last of Us kind of game, which are like just of some other level. You can't even figure out whether those are graphics or the real movies, or the real people actually. So that's where, and I've seen the entire journey, and from nothing to like easily around 300 colleges in India, which are teaching game technologies and game development and all those things, having more than 400 studios in India. So I've seen it all kind of, So yeah, it's a great evolution process I've been part of, and you can see it, seeing my beard, this, yeah, that's what it is.
Very interestingly, a lot of courses in coding are opening up now, because I have a friend whose son who is 8 years, and alongside attending school, which has just begun on an online platform, he also is doing classes in coding and things like that. So I think kids are getting exposed to this.
Absolutely.
Not only the end product, but the developmental stage, at a very, very early, at early phase. And I think it's going to continue to evolve, and it's just going to get better from here.
So just want to add that thanks to I don't want to be the other kind of guy. The pandemic has done something good. It has validated that online courses are available and knowledge sharing is for everyone. So it's creating an ecosystem, a level playing field for the entire globe. which is an amazing thing. Knowledge sharing has become open to many people now, which was not there before.
That's right. So Haya, you've been running a very successful label for a number of years. Like I said
4
earlier,
years.
4 years,
Yeah.
and you've also showcased at India's leading fashion platforms. You have a very strong brand following. But like you shared in your profile earlier, you didn't have a very strong formal training in
Not
fashion.
strong, not at all, zero.
So for someone for someone like you who worked purely with passion and an inborn talent, how is it to how does it feel to achieve something like that?
I think it was a very step-by-step process. I majored in psychology, which I did think forms quite a strong foundation on just generally how to deal with people and to deal with life situations, which kind of helps you in no matter what situation you find yourself in. And then I started styling. Coincidentally, I worked at Channel V as well, one of my first jobs as a stylist. Actually, the environment there was so amazing because it really harnessed your creativity. They'll really let you go all the way. And that's when I realized, okay, maybe this is something I really can do. And of course, one thing led to another, and I kind of just experimented with my label 4 years ago, and it did take a life of its own. I got selected for the Gen Next program at Lakme Fashion Week. But having no formal training for me actually has worked out because a lot of my clothes I free cut. So I never know what they're going to look like till literally I see them, made, because it's all free cutting, and that has worked for us is because it's kind of created our identity. It's created like a brand identity, and also my clothes are easy. They fit all kinds of shapes and body sizes. They're genderless. So it's a very big spectrum of kind of clients that we have, which also I think has worked in our favor. So yeah, that's how we got to where we are.
I think what you said about how your major in psychology kind of led you first to working with working with people and interacting with people. I tell some of my students as well that you might come from whatever stream, whether it's science, commerce, arts, whatever it is. You have to figure out a way of applying whatever learning you have in your undergrad levels, in your foundation levels, to whatever it is that you're doing. So let's say it is you're coming from a science background. Why not kind of apply that learning in science, whether it's physics, whether it's chemistry, whatever it is, to whatever it is that you're doing. Whether you're applying it through technology, whether you're applying it through fashion. There's always a way of having that influence. It's not like you when you adapt, or rather when you go from one phase to another, you close a chapter. There's always an influence, and
Just
that's
have an
something that
open mind, I think.
I guess most importantly, you gotta be able to not just think unidirectional, and kind of just think on a broader scale. Rohan, you started up with animation design, and eventually you've transitioned into a successful career in filmmaking. You want to tell us about how that happened?
Yeah, so again, one thing that Shreya mentioned, which I thought was very correct, is that design school doesn't teach you, it doesn't necessarily teach you all the skills, but it does teach you how to learn them. And design skills are easy to migrate across disciplines because design thinking as its core is essentially problem solving. So when I got into filmmaking, it wasn't such a drastic jump from animation, but it is not to say that filmmakers don't come from varied backgrounds. So you will have art directors who are architects, they're interior designer, they're graphic designers, and they choose a career in filmmaking. Directors also, sometimes writers, sometimes editors, sometimes cinematographers. So design as a general has such a broad base and has such a strong design learning has such a strong foundation that you can teach yourself skills that you need to migrate. They don't need to lock you into one discipline in general. So
I think, I mean, like when we started up as well, we said that creativity is something that you're born with, something that's it's intrinsic. but developing with an aesthetic, developing with a way of applying your creativity into whichever phase is something that happens throughout. And I think it is really key for learners today to be able to just be like sponges, to be able to absorb everything that is there around you. Sohail, would you want to tell us a little bit about your sources of inspiration? Since we're talking about absorbing and being observant, what for you is key inspiration channels?
It's really simple and really basic. For me, everything starts with my fabric. It's just the integrity and the texture of my fabric, which is why also very unknowingly I did graduate towards more sustainable fabrics. Where it comes to organic cotton or khadis, because I don't use any kind of embroidery or embellishment on my garment. So it's more than an inspiration. It's what sparks the kind of idea of what I want to do with this fabric, and then it's all very step by step. So out of the fabric, when I make one garment, then it'll lead to the next, and that's when I have my whole collection. So I never have it all in front of me. It's over when it's over, and sometimes I should be like, okay, I got to stop now because this is just going on and on. And also, every collection is the evolution of a previous one. So I really don't follow like a fashion trend or a season. I kind of pretty much follow my mind and my heart at that point of time and where it takes me.
But you'd also say travel is something that is a source of inspiration for you, right?
More than that, it's a good break for me. Because I think sometimes just like writer's block, I think you have a designer's block where suddenly after every collection, you think you're exhausted. And you're like, I'm never going to be able to come up with anything else. And you just kind of need to disengage and disconnect and go into a completely different space to kind of come back. And then an idea comes from somewhere. But it's never something that I sit and look for or search for or an inspiration that I need to find. It's something that just comes in. I'm like, okay, I've got something, I'm going to go with it now. So travel, yes, for sure, is a big part of everything. I think for everyone.
I think so too. Rajat, how would that apply to you? As in while you're designing a game,
Yep.
What is inspiration?
Yeah, so number one, of course, is travel. I travel a lot, and when I travel, I don't travel to the, kind of like, let's go to this destination and that. It's absolutely, wild. I go to locals, I talk to them, I try and understand their economy. I try and understand, what works for them, what they have, so I talk to locals a lot. That's definitely, the number one thing we as game designers and developers usually do. But other than that, also there are a few things like if you are like a game developer, games have all kind of things, right? It has the political background, it can have the socio-economic things, it can even have structures and all those kind of different things. So if you want to be a successful game designer, and that's what we do, we take interest and be aware of pretty much everything, like pandemic itself, right? So there's a game called the Plague's Tale. It's all about what happened during the plague time, all those things. So somebody literally went there, try and understand, read a lot about it, and so you need to be aware. Even mythology is a great big subject. Like if you see God of War series was completely made around the by the Greek mythology, and then they shifted to Norse mythology. So you read a lot, you try and understand the politics, you try to understand, even like how the wiring systems on your main road, like when you go in the civil structures and stuff, the portholes and all those things so you need to be really, really observant about things, and that actually, everything actually clicks something in your brain, and you try and apply those kind of things in your when you are designing the games. So my next game might have some background of lockdown, not necessarily pandemic, but lockdown and how to survive that, how not to go in depression, and how to see positive side of that. And probably, I can design everything in and around that. I don't know, but these are the sort of situations, and one more thing generally we do is doing the postmortem of existing game, which is another big thing. Just pick any game, instead of playing, just try and understand how it was created, what was going on in the head of the developer and the designer, and those might give you some clues which you not necessarily are going to create the game around that, but can have the core mechanic of the game somewhere related to that. So yes, so travel being number one, and number two is definitely figuring out the postmortem and stuff, and being aware and observant. Yeah.
I think we begin with an inspiration, and eventually, then that leads to extensive research.
Yeah,
Now,
absolutely.
given the situation that we're in, in creatives in design school, a lot of emphasis is laid on primary research. Either you're going somewhere, you take your pictures and all of those things. You experience things, and that kind of helps translate into your design process. In this new in this new phase in which we are in, and where we're working, while secondary research has always been something that we've been told is should be the support to your research activity. But the way we are today, primary research and really going out and having physical experience of things that normally drive us seems a little difficult. Where secondary research and digital research is now going to be, is going to take a front seat. What's your take on that for let's say learners in a design school? Shreya, would you like to address that?
Sure. So yeah, you're absolutely right. Like in design school, especially, you're taught like, okay, don't go too deep into the digital world because because students especially, they tend to get too inspired sometimes, and then it kind of blocks your way, which is true, absolutely. But I think you're right. Like one has to change their mindsets about how we kind of approach our research and how we kind of even deliver on things. So it is as important it is to look for inspiration and do the research. It's also equally important to also know that you can be inspired but you can't copy. I think that's like the biggest line that you always have to make sure that you're not crossing, because that's the reason why design schools always sort of make sure that they tell you, like, don't go too deep into that. Make sure that you have your own original ideas. Make sure that you get inspired but you're not plagiarizing anything. And I think that's a key aspect here. Digital tools, of course, are important, and research is important, and having the internet at your resource, of course, is like a huge thing. Like right now, there are so many courses, there's so much information out there. It's also difficult for even students to kind of filter through that. So I think that's somewhere where even design institutes can kind of help and kind of allow for those kind of inspiration to kind of come forward, where, like, because students can tend to kind of get like in a loophole for like what they're searching for, because there is so much information out there. So I feel like both for design students and design institutes, there is a need for a little bit of evolvement is required, purely because the students will need to do the research online, and the guides or those design institutes can actually help them move forward from there, because it's easy to do the research, and then how do you apply it also becomes a huge issue.
Sure.
So I think that's where I think institutes can definitely help to kind of get the students over the line.
So that being said, while we're in a classroom scenario, there's a lot of facilities that are provided. There are a lot of tools. There's a lot of extensive media that is available to students, while in a classroom scenario, which is not available to everybody at this point in time going forward. Do you think that this could be an hindrance to learners, or if they had to go back? With lack of access to either digital media or to certain other creative media that they are comfortable with, if they had to go back to the basics of taking again pencil to paper and starting from there, do you think this is going to be a hindrance, or this kind of then will restart a new mode of expressing your creativity? Rohan, do you have a view on that?
Yeah, I mean, of course, the traditional classroom involvement, is going to suffer, and this something that is like peer-to-peer learning is extremely valuable, I feel, and then the faculty should make it a point that they keep design discussions and dialogue open, and it needs to be done in a place where they need to provide a platform where these discussions can happen without prejudice. Like learning from the basics, like pen and paper, is definitely, I think, the starting point for anything. Any design process does start with something as simple as writing the problem down, realizes the problem, and that's a good kickoff stage for any design thinking to start. design inspiration can start anywhere. Like I worked with some great directors, and they find design inspiration in anything they do, like magazines, let it be books, let it be. There is a constant stream of knowledge that they are taking in, and it need not be related to the subject they're talking about. But no learning goes waste in design. It does come back. Like when I was starting out in animation, I did sculpting as a one of my internships was sculpting. One of my, like, I just spent, it wasn't mandated, but I did work with a sculptor for my entire summer vacation. When I came back, my knowledge of anatomy was far stronger. So though it wasn't a end goal, it was something that kicked off another learning.
Sure.
So definitely there will be changes to the way the industry works, but I do feel that the situation we are in right now is not permanent. So the design ethics and design learning at the basic level should still be the same.
Yes, and do you think we saw signs of this coming to us while some industries, some studios have been able to adapt to this new way of working. Some are learning to do that now. Some have already been ahead of the game. Do you think there were signs that somehow we possibly ignored, just kind of staying true to a more traditional path, in the way we worked, the way we learned, and the way we taught design? Do you think there were signs that were there which we didn't you kind of pay heed to leading up to this situation? I mean, I'd like any of you to address this. Rajat, Sohaya.
I had no idea it was coming. I still feel like I'm in a movie.
But then what are the steps that you've kind of taken to kind of adapt?
I mean, the first thing we did is we shut shop. We sent all our people, we told them they can't come to the studio every day. I mean, safety was the biggest kind of need. And at that point, everything was so confusing. You didn't know what was happening. It was just so much panic all around. And it was it was really like a science fiction movie. You didn't know. And even now we're still shut. I think in the last 3 months, just last week, we were open to complete a couple of orders. So now we have to get a little bit more aggressive online. And I just had a baby last year. So I think my whole focus has been there. We came to Goa on holiday after my last show and we still haven't left. So being here 3 months, I think the only thing that I've decided is not to come back to Bombay and kind of move here. So I don't know, like everything right now is so up in the air, So the only thing I've been able to do is support my tailors and the people who work for me, mainly because we're a very small unit. And I think the most important thing that I could do right now is support them, So that's kind of has been my main agenda right now.
Rajat, what about you? What do you feel? What is restarting going to be like?
No, we restarted, and game industry has been really, really, a blessed industry where we were like not so affected, because we were already digital pretty much, all our repositories, asset repositories, and everything was online, and the only thing we had to do, that not everybody had those kind of heavy duty gaming machines at home. So even before lockdown happened, we saw it coming. Fortunately, on 21st March, we actually gave away all our office computers. So one thing which changed in me personally, I'm that kind of guy who doesn't easily trust. So in our office, we have tons of processors. You can't use your USBs, you can't use your personal email and all those kind of things. But during this, this entire thing, my thought process evolved humongously. I would say that, I not just, people were having, USB and other access. They literally had office computers, even before lockdown happened. And then they were like completely online. We actually finished 2 big size projects during this lockdown, which was like great. And we're almost finishing something new. We logged new projects because we saw new problems, like virtual presence, telepresence is a big thing, and which was like I had been talking about it since 2015, and not many people were listening. Only ICICI Bank listened to me and Microsoft listened to me, but not others. But now everybody is asking for it. Every real estate guy, and also we created a tool for that. So we were pretty ready for this thing. I accept PlayStations. When we develop something on PlayStation, that is IP bound, because which means that we can use only in the office. We can't actually take it home and and work on that. So those kind of things actually got affected. But otherwise, absolutely no problem. Right now, also we are working with the hybrid model where 60 to 70% team is still working from home. And rest of the people are, and we don't even realize that who's in the office and who's not. So we are kind of blessed industry that way.
So I think these are the few of the a few of these things which you're saying, these the points that you are stating are something that we as design schools will have to adapt our curriculum to be able to get our students to be able to adjust to these new surroundings and these new settings. Rohan, coming to careers, and alternate careers. What are the besides like you've done animation, transition that into film. Where else do you see the new pathways kind of opening up for design aspirants today?
Definitely. I feel augmented reality, as Shreya mentioned, is a new stream, but it's also kind of hard to predict, hard to say what kind of jobs will come out, purely because I mean, no one UI UX 10 years back, like if you look for a person who's has 15-year experience in UI UX, you're not going to get it because that industry didn't exist for 15 years. So I do think, but I think films are also going to evolve. They might be go into something like more like a gaming thing, where if you take a game called Red Dead Redemption, is nothing short of the most compelling story that I've heard. It's got
absolutely
a complex character, fantastic character arc, and in a way, I don't know if you remember, there used to be these books called Goosebumps.
Of course.
Where it used to, you have to be able to choose your own horror, so you can take a choice and you flip to a certain page. And that's something that I think could happen in gaming, where you choose the way you tell the story.
That's happening.
It's a more involving medium, and that combined with AR is fantastic. It gives all the power to the hands of a director to manipulate the story, to make it more compelling, to make it more immersive as an experience. So there are aspects that we haven't thought of yet, but the way technology evolves, the way as technology evolves, there will be new avenues. And so the access to learning is what will allow us to excel at those, and we might not have learned it. So
what are the key skill sets, do you think? I mean, just touch on a few key sets, key skill sets that the students, should kind of adapt.
I think self-awareness is very important. I mean, when you approach someone, so one thing that I did when I was starting out was I looked at an idol. I was like, okay, I want to be like that guy. Now, what has he done? What is he reading? What is he thinking? So you sort of start building your skill sets towards that person, and then if you're failing at something and you have the awareness, you can teach yourself those skills. It's kind of pointless if I've studied marketing and I say that, okay, I'm going to go make myself useful in a production house. They don't value my skills. It's good to have them, but they're not useful to a production house. But I can take those skills to a digital content creation company. I can take those skills to a studio, and there will be value for those, So it's good to have a career, but then it's good to know what your career you want to set as, but you have to understand that not all skills will be useful in that career.
Sure.
But if you have that self-awareness, you know what your shortcomings are. Like, for an example, when I was in animation, I did my internship, like a 6-month internship at a studio called Exoris. Now, the hours that everyone used to work really hard, were from 11 to 9, roughly. But I remember going in at 8:30 every morning, And I used to be there when the sweepers were sweeping the place, and I used to be the last person to leave, and I was still not the best, and then I sort of realized that I'm struggling at a very basic sketching level because I was a 2D animator. So I'm spending all my energy in meeting a skill level that others are already extremely proficient at. So that self-realization was suddenly like, okay, maybe this is not the storytelling medium for me. So it's okay to suddenly say, okay, this is not for me, and I don't have to spend my entire life being mediocre at something because it's not something that I excel at. But when I came into film, suddenly all the skills that I wasn't able to focus on became a great strength, because collaboration was something that came naturally to me.
Sure.
So definitely, if you go in with knowing your skill strengths and you have the strength to assess yourself very without prejudice, I think that's a great thing that a learner needs, a design student needs.
That's a great piece of advice. Yeah, I mean, self-awareness and without prejudice. So, Haya, what would you be looking at, going forward? Should you be looking at, taking on someone new in your team, a fresher? What are the skill sets that you look at?
When I was researching all the new stuff that can come up, I would say a lot of brands will need kind of people to help them. So I think the very, very important thing that across fashion and all the industries is going to have to be being conscious and sustainable, because your whole way of consuming and your whole way of production is going to have to change. Your consuming has to be reduced to what is absolutely necessary, and your production is going to have to kind of be more need based. So we have to kind of, so I think one way, being a sustainable brand is not easy. There are factors that kind of come into play, and it's really helpful to have someone who really knows. So like sustainability experts, who can come and tell you how to tweak a production process or what kind of materials to kind of get in terms of raw material to make your brand more conscious and sustainable. Which brings you to people who develop maybe sustainable fabrics, where you can really maximally use waste, in terms of recycling and upcycling, and then you have virtual reality, and so what happens there is like Helsinki Fashion Week. They're doing their first digital fashion week, where so a friend of mine who's taking part in it, Roma Narsingani, you might know her. She also works at Whistling Woods. So she basically has made virtual samples of all her jewelry pieces, which then they will put, and then sky's the limit, right? Because you're not limited by physical space. Because if you're going digital, you can have anything you want. So a lot of that is, I think, going to come into play, even for designers on their websites. So you don't have to really produce any garments. Everything is going to be virtual, and then you just have a need-based production depending on, what kind of gets ordered or what your clients want. Then you also have 3D printing, where again there's zero waste, because you're again making only what you need, and then customization there is very easy. So then brand to client also involvement is much higher. So there are a lot of new kind of avenues, but I think it's going to take time. It's very hard to predict what the end plan is going to be post this kind of pandemic. Are we going to get back to the way we were? How also are people really going to want to shop, especially as far as clothes are concerned? I think they're going to be less seasonal and trend based, and they're going to have to be more functional. So I think we're going to have to change our perspective as designers to see what is really needed and how we can basically minimize our carbon footprints. So we need people with those kinds of skill sets, I think, to help us on that path.
Shreya, all of us, in the design sphere, we work, with the customer, the consumer, and the end, the end user of the product that we are working with. That's the goal. But what comes as the perks with it are things like awards and the recognition that you get. So when you're designing, or when you're coming up with, with a concept or a product, or in your case, a campaign that you're designing, do you design with the award in mind, a particular, or is that something that's an eventuality? And what should designers be doing?
No, definitely not for the awards. I mean, that's a great thing to have in the end if you do get one. It's of course like a great cherry on top. But no, you don't design for awards, because also, like, as a designer, you're designing for clients. You're problem solving for the clients. So no matter, even if it's like a simple poster, or if it's like a full social media campaign, or whatever is it, or a website, you cannot design for awards. You have to design for what the client requires and what the users of this client is looking for. So same as like Rajat's industry, like my industry has not stopped at all in this pandemic. It's like, in fact, booming at this point, because we also have a lot of US clients. There's a lot of e-com market which is completely blown up right now, because people are sitting at home and ordering stuff. And so the requirements have changed in the way that it's crazy, in the sense that you have to understand that each brand now requires like a 90-day plan. Like, you can't take 6 months to design something fantastic which can win you maybe awards later and everything. It literally means that you need to get something out within 30 days, because otherwise the brands are not gonna have the time to kind of recover. So it's a very fast, it's a very brand centric, very user centric, very current situation centric situation. But even otherwise, even without a pandemic, I don't think awards are the first key. They are always great once you get them, but I don't think that's like the key thing.
I think just to sum up, the points and the topics that we've discussed today, it no matter what situation we are in, the sphere of work we are in, and the mode in which we express and which we exercise, a few things which don't change, and that is I think staying loyal to one's aesthetic, like Rohan said, self-awareness, being adaptable, being able to adjust to a surrounding, working with the scenario, working best with the scenario that you're in, and of course looking towards a more sustainable sustainable future, whether it is in like Sohaya said, whether it is consumption, or whether in any aspect, and I guess it applies to all of us, in whatever that we're doing. We do have to look at a more conscious approach to whatever it is that we are kind of embarking on. I'd like to take some of the questions that are coming in from some of our viewers. I think this, and again, this would apply very generic. It says, what are the chances of a newcomer to succeed in the industry, and the process that they should follow? Would any one of you want to take this?
Yeah, I can take it.
Yes, Ron, please.
So a good chance for me, I mean, when I was starting out, I started out as an intern, because I mean, even if you have studied design, if you've studied filmmaking, the way the industry functions is very different, and I made a lot of really silly mistakes, because you go in with an attitude that, oh, I've studied, I know it. But you realize that the reality of it, like, you've been provided some tools, but you don't know how exactly to implement those tools to get the correct result. So I definitely think, like, in films, I started off with an internship, and I think I recommend it to everyone to do that. Everyone I know gets hired only based on recommendation and how your experience has been working with the person earlier. Definitely, when I was going in, I did go to a few places and say, oh, I've studied filmmaking, I know what my shit is. And they were just like, no, get lost, because I can't go in and sell myself with the same skill set that the director has, because they already have a director. They don't want a director. They want someone who can make the director's job easier, whether that be research, whether that be, helping in referencing, whatever the skills that you may need to support the director is what they're looking for. So you should be aware of the fact that when you're joining the industry, what they would be looking for. And right now you have the time, you have internet available, you can learn those skills. They're not impossible.
All right, that sums up pretty much everything that we had in store for discussion today. And for our viewers, I would like to thank all of you for taking this time off to be with us, to be on this panel with us for this discussion. And we look forward to a lot more interaction with you in the future. Thank you so much once again. Over to you, Pallavi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Alvarez, and thank you for that wonderful, engaging discussion, everybody on this panel. You know, one thing I've definitely taken out of, after listening to all of you speak, one thing I've definitely understood is, that without adversity, we can never really unleash our greatness. So we have to keep evolving, we have to keep adapting, and really adversity does allow us to do that. Unfortunately, it does that in a little bit of a negative way, but hey, if we can ride the positive tide, I'm sure that we can do wonders from there. All right, folks, everybody who has been watching in, thank you very much for being here, and we've got a lot more coming your way. Okay, so first and foremost, I'd like you to go ahead and log in www.edutainmentshow.in. Please go ahead and register. It is for India's first 3D virtual education exhibition event for media and design that I'm asking you to register. Okay, so this is happening simultaneously, guys, and of course that opens up your avenues to kind of partake of a contest and definitely go ahead and win that contest. All right, so I'm sure that all of you who've actually been listening in have been understanding that you need to get in, you need to log in, you need to go into those different stalls, and then of course you need to get 3 cookies from those documents from 3 different stalls, and you need to take screenshots, send it back to us, and we will do the honors of picking 3 winners every single day that happens, and you get Amazon vouchers worth 1,000 rupees. So, well, you can definitely take a shop there. And yes, we also do need to help you understand that we do have free aptitude tests and career counseling by Ecole Intuit Lab, by Raffles, Instituto Marangoni, Silica, as well as Whistling Woods International. So please do not miss your chance. We will be sending you the details shortly on the chat, but slots are very, very limited. So go ahead and grab these. Okay, right now I need you to watch something and come right back. All right.
It is important to be on the right side of the law, and even more important to ensure justice for all. The Adama School of Law and Justice firmly believes in this dictum. With moot courts, national and international seminars, debates and initiatives of various type, the law school offers integrated courses with BBA, BCom and BA as well, with different focus areas. Biosciences and technological developments based on biology, including entrepreneurship in this sector, are on the rise in India. We are home to many developments in all forms of biotechnological products with applications in food, nutrition, healthcare, packaging, etc. The unique BTech and BSc programs in Adama School of Biosciences and Biotechnology are path-breaking academic innovation in this sector. Welcome to the world of biotechnology.
All right, welcome back, everybody. I'm sure you've enjoyed that short break. You've enjoyed watching the stuff that you watched. You know, one of my favoritist teachers, I don't know whether favoritist is a word in the English language, but happens to be my favoritist teachers, Zig Ziglar. He said something I absolutely love. He said, people say motivation doesn't last. Well, neither does bathing. That's why we got to do it every day. Yeah. And I'm absolutely sure that habits are reliable while motivation is definitely fleeting. And I couldn't be happier introducing our next live conversation, live in conversation kind of session that we're going to be having. We have an award-winning rapper anchor with us, Raja Mukherjee himself, ladies and gentlemen, and he's in conversation with the man who takes our breath away every single time that this man steps up on stage. Oh my God. And yes, he's done India very, very proud as, on international platforms. As a dancer, as a choreographer, he's a youth icon. You love him, the super versatile. I'm so honored to say, Dr. Terence Lewis.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Terence Lewis.
Thank you. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here.
We're so happy to have you here because I'm sure all the young guns are really waiting for this. So, Raja, without further ado, take it away, bud.
Yeah.
Right. Thank you so much. Everybody out there, welcome to day 5 at Edutainment. Today was hosted by the beautiful Pallavi Walia Raj. My name is Raja Mukherjee, and we are about to begin this one-on-one session with India's most requested and respected popular celebrity on television. Yes, I'm talking about the Chumeshwari judge from Dance India Dance, Nach Baliye. So you think you can dance India? Dance champions and the very recent India's best dancer, Dr. Terence Lewis himself. Ladies and gentlemen, wherever you are, give him a round of applause because I'm doing that right here. This man has been setting benchmark quality in entertainment for the last 2 decades. This ace choreographer was recently honored with the honorary degree of doctorate in performing arts and dance by National American University in alliance with National Institutes of Education and Research Asia. Well, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, it's about time we call him on. And let me also quickly tell you something about his journey as a motivation speaker, right? His life and journey has been a source of inspiration to many, many, many in this country. And from being born with very little privileges to rising to ranks by his own, it's been an extremely difficult journey, but he has navigated in style. And today we're going to have a conversation with none other than Dr. Terence Lewis. And let's see what he thinks about all of this, right? So let's go ahead and welcome him with a round of applause. Whoever is there at home, put your hands together. Let's go.
Thank you.
Hey, Terence, how are you doing today?
I'm doing very good. Thank you so much for a fantastic introduction. I'm glad you said rising to ranks. You didn't finish to riches, but that's good. I'm still acquiring the riches.
I mean, the hustle never stops, I think. You know, it's always the hustle and the grind in life.
Yes, I guess.
I mean, do you have anything to say right at the top of your head about this session and right before we go inside and kickstart this session today?
Absolutely. I have a disclaimer to all of those young people who are listening to me that, because my topic already says that why motivational talks don't work. So maybe even this may not work. But still, why are you here and what can you gain out of it? So let's just put a clarity about that. Whatever I'm going to be talking to you right now or speaking to you right now, about this topic and otherwise also about life. Basically, I have my 3 sources. So from where I'm getting this information. One is, of course, I have also read a lot about, how to, live life and how to kind of, motivate yourself. I've read almost every possible book, that is about self-help and about psychology and understanding life. But beyond that, I'm also 45 years old. I have my own personal life experience that also, informs my, that informs the kind of decisions, the kind of, understanding that I have. So partly whatever you hear, remember, it's not original. So whatever I say to you partly will be from what I have learned, online, what I have read from my books, from my experiences, with the written word. But also a lot of it also comes from my personal life journey. Just to let you know, I'm 45 years old. I have been through both emotional highs and lows, both in careers and also in personal life. So it kind of also led me to analyze why things worked, why things didn't work. So it's not like, I'm from the outside analyzing a situation. I've been in certain situations with probably in different, levels of, emotional highs and lows, but pretty much there to kind of know how things function for a human being. And the last thing I would say is, whatever I'm going to be talking to you right now is also, I'm going to hopefully hope that there's a magical universe called the God world or the spirit world that functions. I hope that it guides me to make certain conversations or say certain things that probably are coming from the source itself. So here I am, keeping myself open to a certain personal experiences of what I've read and what I've experienced, and also allowing a certain kind of a sense of the Almighty. If there is, I don't have any proof of it, but I like to be very I like to play this smartly by saying, if there is, why not take a chance, and hoping that if they are listening, and if they have a message for you through me, then I would love to be its channel. So yeah, so all of the three combined could be the possibility of where I'm coming from, and that is going to be informing your decisions. And that is the disclaimer I want to kind of right on top start with.
I'm sure we're going to have Raja back in just a few seconds. Technology.
How are you doing?
I'm doing absolutely fantastic, Terence. I love the fact that you started with, your 3 pointers, and I'm sure, every single time I find this uncanny. I have goosebumps as I share it. Every single time I go up on stage or I'm doing anything, my teaching, whatever, I actually just channel and I say, okay, if you are up there and you have to speak through me to this larger audience, something that I haven't really planned, just go right ahead, use me.
Exactly. Because I always believe there are two worlds. There is a logical world, which is our brain and what we think is right, wrong, and analysis, all the hisab kitab world, logic.
Yeah.
And there is a magical world that we have not completely explored. The logical world we have pretty much explored, and we have come to that point where we completely know, 2 + 2 = 4, and how to make 2 + 2 = 22 also. But the magical world works very differently, and we are just touched a small part of it in our journey called life. So there is something out there which we don't know, and you never know how that is functioning also. So to say I know everything, I don't know everything. Okay, I'm also learning from everybody else. But yes, I've read a lot. I have a certain experience of certain life because I've lived 45 years. I've been through enough emotionally, whether it's my career or my life. But also there are some limitations that come with my package, no? Because I'm a certain personality. So I'm seeing life through a certain personality. Right? Terence Lewis is a certain personality. All of us have a certain personality. We all, as Carl Jung says, psychoanalysis, he said that we are 9 types. There are 9 types of personalities in the world. You either fit into 1 or 2 or more. So all of us are seeing life through that personality. So even my observations will be probably from that personality perspective. So I need to kind of also figure out how to, give you advice both from a personal narrative and also from a overarching narrative. So hopefully I will try to do both from a personal narrative, from an overarching narrative, and hopefully from a narrative that also comes from, the magical universes that we don't know anything about.
As I say, amen to that, Terence. Terence, you are somebody, I know for a fact that we're still, waiting for Raja to kind of get on. Raja, if you can, maybe if you'd like to log off and log in, I think that'll help. Maybe. But in the meanwhile, Terence, you seem like a person who really delves deep into personal development. I'm saying personal development here, and that's not a space that's very easily taken by people today. Do throw some light on what exactly do you?
So the advantage that I had, I would just say that I was zero. So there was nothing to, there's nothing to compare with. I had no opportunities or, advantages like other people because I came from ground zero. And the good part about coming from ground zero is that you don't realize you're struggling. You think that is life. You accept that this is my life. So there's advantages there. Those who have lived a good life and then have to kind of hit rock bottom and then come up, that's very hard. For a person who has come from the chawls of Mumbai, from a hard life, I have nothing better to compare. Yeah. Anything that is happening to me is happening, in small measures, and I'm enjoying it, and I'm saying, aaj mere paas 1000 rupees ki kamai hai, kal 2000, kal 3000. So what is happening is that it's easier for a person like me. So there are certain advantages that we, as me in my economic status, enjoy. That there are no expectations from us. There are no ki acha kuch bhi kar le, padhai likhai kuch bhi aage badh ja. So there is nobody looking with a scanner on me and saying ki tera kya ho raha hai. Yes, everybody has a few family and people who are always being very nosy. We have Raja back on the scene. Yes. So yeah, I'm just telling our friend that so I've just been very in this journey of life, answering your question, because I have had this ability to taste success, small successes. I have always asked myself after achieving that success, small successes, like for example, from having 20 students, having 40 students. Okay, that was my goal in 2 months, and I achieved that. It was reasonable, and it made me realize when 2 months ago I was thinking to myself, agar mere paas 40 hote, तो मैं सच्ची में सबसे खुश इंसान होता. And I've got that, and I realized, अच्छा, जब हासिल हुआ, just before I was getting that 40, it felt like a kick. जैसे वो मिला, धप करके वो feeling ही नहीं आई. फिर और, and then I asked myself, okay, this is going to go on. Where is it going to end? Is there an end, or is it infinity? If it's infinity, I don't want to play this game, because there's no satisfaction. You reach there, and again you're unhappy. You reach there, again you want more. So I started to kind of, ask these questions quite often, and it took me to a place where I said, okay, I need to really find what is this game called life? How is this mind functioning? Why is my mind making me do this? And why is my mind sometimes not making me do this? Why is in my family the same instruction given to me and we have the same parents, but I am reacting to my mother and father in a certain way, but my brother is reacting in a very certain different way? Why am I unemotional or emotional? Why is my other sibling not emotional? The same lecture that my mother is giving. So I started to realize that, beyond me and beyond my personality, there is a certain way human beings function. And that is the psychology of the mind. And I started becoming very interested in the mind. And I started analyzing my own success, my own failure, my friend's success, my friend's failure. Some things I discovered, and some things I said, oh, there's a formula to this. And some things I have to humbly say, I don't know. Pata nahi kaise ho jata hai. So some things are very logical and some things are magical. So we're going to kind of talk about both these concepts, the logical universe and the magical universe.
But how much of these things also happen to emotions, do you think? And also, why this topic? Are you, because nowadays you are also categorized as a motivational speaker. A lot of people look towards the journey that you've accomplished, because it's all about the journey and not the destination where you have to reach. So why do you think motivational talks don't really work, Dr. Lewis?
So because I was a motivational speaker and I thought I was a good one and I thought I should have had success, but I realized I was not getting success with people. So my talk was successful, but how do I evaluate that talk? Okay, I made a great lecture. I made my points very succinctly. So okay, I was successful for that moment, but the real proof is in the pudding, which means have the people who have listened to you been able to implement what you have spoken? And if there you find failure, that means your talk is a failure, no matter how well you presented it, which means your talk is very superficial. So I realized that I was also a part of this inspirational industrial complex, which basically sells, inspirational talks and, makes money out of this. And I realized this is empty. There's a certain emptiness to it, that there is no, when you evaluate the performance, when you see the product, it looks very good. When you start evaluating the performance, you say, hey, it's not working. And it's working for only certain types of people. It's not working for certain types of people. There is a very large percentage of people who need very little motivation and bus. But what happens largely is that people listen to motivational talks and it really is like a shot in the arm and they are feeling like, whoa, yo, bro, let's do this. And then next day, they don't feel the same.
Absolutely.
What has happened?
Yeah, that actually gets me to the next question, because, we do understand, like what we hear, what we listen to, you are what you eat is what they say. So what you listen to, what you consume, what you become. But how do we make this work? Because we are listening to amazing conversations and topics, right? Because this is theory that has been practiced somewhere and hence it's out there. What's the difference between somebody changing and a transformation? How do we make this entire system work?
Yeah. So change is very small. Like change is saying, okay, today I wore this clothes and tomorrow I'll wear another. It's very superficial change. But transformation is like transforming an entire personality into something else. That takes work. It's not instant. Unless you're blessed by the magic hand of a guru who is an enlightened master and he feels compassion towards you and says, boss, give me 2 minutes, sleep tonight, tomorrow morning you'll be a changed person and you'll have everything. Then you're blessed by a guru. Then you're blessed by those great souls. But all of us are not going to find those kind of, enlightened masters. And who knows, even if we meet them, they're not going to grace us with their blessings. Maybe we need to suffer a certain level of existential issues to realize and come to that level to get those blessings. So anyways, for the rest of humanity and for 99% of the people, we have to rely on ourselves to make it work. So motivational talks are great. Motivational talks also work only for the certain personality types. I've realized that if you are type 3 of the Enneagram, which I'm going to discuss in future and talk to you in detail, which are the achievers. See, achievers don't need much. They will listen to your conversation, they'll pick up from this information and they will act because they are driven by excellence and they are driven by ambition. But that is one type of people. There are other type of people who are thinkers. There are other type of people who are peacemakers. There are other type of people who are, confrontationalists. There are other people who are entertainers. So there are different types of personalities and every personality may not be an overachiever. The overachiever will listen to self-help books, read it like this, eat it up, and then spit it out immediately and go out tomorrow full charge because he has enough drive. And even there, sometimes that kind of person also may not succeed. And there is a reason for it. And that's what we're going to discuss today, that why motivational talks don't work is because from my own personal experience, I realized I failed. Not because my delivery was not bad. My delivery was very well. It was very good. It had all the beautiful stories. It had all the, amazing anecdotes. I had, presented it very well. All the bells and whistles were added to it. But the proof is in the pudding, which means, did the people who listened to you, did they really make that shift? Were they really able to do it? Or did they in the next day again, find it difficult? So one needs to understand that to make the difference between change and transformation. Transformation requires work and requires follow through and requires you to have a daily habit and requires you to have a certain set of beliefs which you need to work at. If you have a wrong set of beliefs, then no amount of motivational talk will work. Motivational talk works for the instant. For example, if you are a coach, football coach, motivational talks work like that because then and there in the green room, you're telling, okay, everybody pep up. Motivational talks work when I am one-on-one, when I'm in my dance reality shows of Dance India Dance, just before the student is going to perform, I say, come here. Okay, let's pray together. Okay, you can do this. Visualize yourself to be the hero. All of that for the instant moment, motivational talk works for performance. It does not work if you have to do a long-term work. So it works in the instant.
So is it safe to say motivation talk is not sustainable for a longevity term?
Absolutely.
Yeah. It is something that might get your mind to change, might get you in the hustle.
In the moment, and instant, like in the span of one hour. That's the shelf life of a motivational talk.
But
that is the shelf life.
What if a person, is pretty charged up with this and every day makes it a point to kind of pick something or the other and digest it and try to mold his or her life around a similar concept of learning? Do you think that can work in the longer run, or do they need a set of beliefs that will actually be there for a longer period in life?
So the only way to really make a big change is to become awoke, is to become aware. Okay. One is to know who you are. So first step before you even start your motivational talk, the first thing that you need to do, okay, as a life coach, like I am right now, I've directed myself into in that space where it's a life coach. So my first job as a life coach, and I have done this for myself as a self practice, is to know who you are. Okay, and how do you know who you are? There are tools for that. And there are some tough questions you have to answer.
Before we get into that, Terence, I'm sorry to just cut you in over here. But ladies and gentlemen, whoever is watching this from wherever you are, please feel free to put your questions right there, because we will be addressing your questions as well after this entire conversation. We'll keep another 7 to 10 minutes just for you guys. So please go ahead and shoot your questions now. Back at you, Terence, so we can actually absorb.
So the first question in any transformation, so if you want a transformation in your life, the first thing you need to become is awoke, and you need to become aware that there is a certain lack or a problem in your life that you want to handle. The first thing has to be this desire. Without that desire to change, nothing can happen. So the first primary thing that you need is just that small, even if it doesn't have to be a big desire, small desire, a small voice in your head saying, you know, it's time that I changed for the better. Okay. Now, whether I will not become, that's secondary. Okay. That is secondary. But the desire to want to change. Now, if somebody thinks that, you know, okay, I've arrived, I'm very good, and I'm not going to have any problems, then no point talking to that person. No, because he feels he's good, and maybe he's happy, and maybe he's figured it out. Maybe he's a blessed person. So there's no point talking to somebody who feels that I don't need this talk, or I don't need this, conversation at all. So first, basically, the first thumb rule is, are you hungry enough? Okay. How much do you yearn to really, make your life better? So the first thing is desire. From there comes the fact that you need to realize that nothing can work if you don't. Your desires can be anything. I want to buy a car. I want to be famous. I want to make a lot of money. All great. All these are valid dreams. But before you do that, first you have to ask yourself, who are you? Okay. So that question needs to be answered. Now I'm not asking a very spiritual question of who I am. I'm asking a very simple question. Who am I? Okay. Start with your, a simple name. My name is Terence Lewis, or whatever it is. I'm so many years old. All basic truths, to go into filtering to more personal truths. What are the things I like people to know about myself, and what are the things I don't want people to know about? What are my strengths? What are my weaknesses? What are my fears? Okay, what I like, what I don't like. To understand your personality is number one, because it is not the aptitude, it's the attitude that makes the decision, that makes or breaks the person. If you have the right attitude, you can have zero aptitude in many things, and you can still be successful, you can still be rich, and you can still be happy. Okay, so having the attitude is the most important thing, more than the aptitude. The second step is the aptitude, your knowledge, your skill. Okay, but the first step is to know thyself. Now, how do I know myself? How do I know who I am? You can know yourself by two things. One is your own self-analysis. Okay, what you like, what you don't like, what your dreams are, what your immediate goals are. This is all simple. Then you go a little bit deeper and say, what things I hate about myself, what things I hate about others. Then you go into a little bit more, what do you think of yourself, and what do you assume people think about you? Then your next step would be to ask your family and friends, what do they think about you? To just verify if you're on the same page. Your ego may think a lot of things, but your parents and friends will tell you, boss, tu jo sochta hai, theek hai, lekin tu teri asliyat ye hai. So doodh ka doodh, pani ka pani, and nobody can be better than your friends. Don't go to fans and to people who look at you, and don't go to your lover unless that person has been living with you for 2 years and knows the shit about you and says, listen, I know the truth about you, ye teri sachai hai. But if you are just in a new relationship and you go to the person, baby, tell me, tum mere bare mein kya sochte ho? वो तो मतलब आपके बारे में बहुत अच्छी चीज बोलेगी, बेबी तुम. So don't go to such a person. Go to somebody who has known you for at least more than 2 years in a very deep way, not in a superficial way.
Right.
Ask your boss also, because you may be one person at home, you may be another person at office. So ask your colleagues, ask your boss. All of this will inform you what kind of a person you are. Once you know that, okay, the next step is to use a beautiful test that I used in my life, which is called the Enneagram test. So I in my research and understanding of human life, there were two very important people who really informed me in a big way. One was Sigmund Freud, who talked about sexuality and how personality develops from sexuality. And the second person is called the father of psychology also, so you can read about him, Sigmund Freud. The second person is Carl Jung. Carl Jung was about, he brought in the concept of personality. He said that all of us have a certain personality type. There's a types, and he said there are 12 and sometimes 15. But Enneagram, the latest one, says that there are 9 personality types, and they have done a thorough research of the number of of different types of human beings, and they have a beautiful questionnaire that you can sign up online. Those of you who are listening, you can go on to write Riso Hudson, RISOHUDSON, free Enneagram test. You can do this online. It's free. It's a yellow color, chart, because the others, they make you pay and they kind of, make you do a lot of things. But this one is a free one. So just write free Enneagram test. You will get that. There are 32 questions there. You will write the answer. The answers are very smartly, the questions and the answers, it's a tic-tac-toe question, are very smartly questioned, smartly written. So there is no good or bad answer. So, that's how you do it. You find that, and then you move on to the next thing, which is basically you analyze your entire, it'll throw out a report to you as to what your personality type is. You can go through that so you can discover who you are. That's the first thing. Also, I want to request the team that can we extend this for another 15 minutes? Is it possible? Because this is a conversation that needs to be spoken. I've not even touched upon how to do this. So can we get 15 minutes more? Is it possible?
So we can push another 15, right? What do you guys say? But yeah, as of now, they've given us a 5-minute heads up. But yeah, please try and extend it for 15. Because, come on, man.
Okay, so the first thing is to know. So the first thing is very simple: who you are, what you want, why you want it, how you want it. You need to know, and where can you get it? So these are your 5 very important questions. But from there, the last 2 are not important. Who you are, to know what kind of a personality you are. What do you want? Okay, that's also very important to have a clear vision board. Third, why do you want it? So then you will come to know, acha, bachpan mein na, mere ek dost ne ye kaha tha mere bare mein. So all of that, personal angst, it's all good. If you're using all your personal pain to fire you up, it's great. As long as you realize how you're using and channeling it. Okay. Or if you feel that, only when I do it, people love me. So basically, to understand why you want, what you want is very important, and why you want, super important, because that is the fuel and the engine that is the fuel that will drive you. The why will drive you. The what is the clarity of the vision that you want. The why is the fuel that drives you towards that vision on a daily basis, because on a daily basis, you may not have a motivational speaker, and that is why you will need to be disciplined. You will not need to know that it's hard work. Whatever you want will require hard work, but it's very important to realize why you want it, and then you have to know how to get it. That requires a certain amount of openness to learning, to knowing, okay, what are my strengths, what are my weaknesses. That's very important, because not people say you should focus on your strengths. No, but you should also look at your weaknesses and understand, okay, I may have great charm and can be great, I can talk very well, but if I'm emotionally void, then I may not be able to, I may think that, oh, I'm a charmer, I can talk 19 to a dozen, girls will like me like this, I can have relationships, but maybe I'm emotionally void, and therefore I will not be able to kind of really have good relationship. So you may think you may have the best relationship, but you may not, because on one certain strengths you have, but there is a weakness that is called also working in contrast to you. So you need to work on certain things to lift the strength and weakness balance. Yeah, go ahead. You want to say something?
How safe is it to say that there are 2 types of thinking, emotional and rational, and usually people make very emotional decisions when they actually have to make a rational decision? And to just join something to this is a man like you who's been in the industry for 20 years plus, right? 2 decades plus. Started off, touched the peak, still scoring a high above. How is that hunger still maintained, and what gets the hunger for more in the game? Because that's what we just spoke about.
Yeah.
Enough, right? But how do you keep getting hungry? How much how do you keep evolving and absorbing all of these things?
Okay. So initially my hunger was very, very, let's say, grassroots level. कि मुझे पैसा चाहिए, मुझे अच्छा लाइफ चाहिए, basic. I didn't have any funda कि मुझे world को change करना है, मुझे दुनिया को change करना है. Sorry for the colloquial Bombay language, घंटा. ये सब नहीं आया था मेरे दिमाग में. Okay. I was boss. मैं गरीब चाल में रहता हूँ. मेरे को चाल से मेरी मम्मी ने ऑलरेडी बोला है अगर तुझे शादी करना है तब I thought I would be married by 25 whatever. ऐसे तुम्हें अपना खुद का घर बनाना पड़ेगा, घर पे बीवी को मत लेके आना. And she told that to all my 4 brothers. We are 4 brothers, 4 sisters. So we all knew that we had to be independent. So our first focus was कि मुझे पैसा बनाना है, मुझे independent बनना है. So I didn't think कि oh dancing is my passion. ये सब नहीं सोचा. मैंने देखा कि अच्छा मुझ में इसको यहाँ सामने से मुझे ऑफर आया कि डांस सिखाने के लिए, मैंने लपक लिया. जो अपॉर्चुनिटीज आई मैंने उस पे झपक लिया. So I didn't see मुझ में मेरा इंटरेस्ट था थिएटर, मेरा इंटरेस्ट था to get into films and get into acting, but मुझे वहाँ पे ऑफर ही नहीं मिल रहा था और रिजेक्ट हो रहा था. तो I was getting more success in dance और तब मुझे पास कोई डैडी नहीं था who was saying okay बेटा तुम जो करना है करो, घूम के आ जाओ मुंबई. I was from Bombay only, but I'm just saying that I didn't have anybody like that. My father's like boss, you take care of your life, this is your life, you decide. I've educated you till 10th standard. उसके बाद तुम्हें क्या करना है, पढ़ना है पढ़, अगर तुम्हें मैकेनिक बना है तो मैकेनिक बनो. So we had a very clear cut. My father was very simple. He said मैं अनपढ़ हूँ, मैं लिखा पढ़ा नहीं हूँ, मैं 10वीं तक पढ़ाया तो ये मेरे लिए बहुत बड़ी बात है. अभी तुमको ज्यादा सीखना है, पढ़ना है, तुम अपना कमाओ और निकालो. So by the age of 15 itself, we knew that we had to take care of ourselves. So somewhere that hunger then was very different. Then when I achieved certain amount of success, you kind of feel okay, I want a certain amount of wealth. So it was very personal. But after a certain point, especially at the age of I think 35, when I got my break in television, I already done 10 films, I got my success, I bought my house. Afterwards, and I realized that I was feeling very empty. कि अच्छा सब कुछ हासिल किया लेकिन अंदर से एक emptiness है. Okay, so I first some emptiness was personally because of personal strife and certain things that were blocking me. So I had a friend of hers who was a psychologist. She used to talk to me. So we had a lot of discussion. And personally, I had read a lot of books on journeys, on how similar people who were similar situation in life. So I had a very good support system in my friend who was a psychologist. And she was kind of also talking to me as a general person, like just off and on. And I was curious to make myself better. So, okay, I went into that. But now, in my life, the hunger comes basically from the fact that I know that my life has been blessed. When I see people around me and I see ki, boss, there's so much people go through. And I keep myself wondering ki, I could also have gone into that place, but somehow I've been protected. Somehow I got some blessings. Somehow, for some reason, I don't know why I am here. And I'm in a better position. But I'm sure it's not because of my mehnat. It is not because I am talented. It's not because I'm hardworking. It's not, no. I'm telling you, I know for a fact that this is the blessings of my prayers of my mother and father. I don't know whether God exists or doesn't exist, but I do know that there's a magical power in the energy of, how the energy of the world supports you. Everything is not about you, my friend. Everything is not about how amazing or how talented you are. It is also about the grace that has been given to you by the people's love, by the people who supports you, by the people who nurture you, by the people who also are criticizing you and who are keeping you on your ball, because too much of love can also spoil you.
Don't you think so? Our haters make us stronger, or
absolutely
make us stronger.
So, yeah. So in my family, I had true. In fact, sometimes your family can also be like in my family. We have a big family, so I have 8 brothers and sisters. I knew 2 of my siblings were always poking me, and उनको थोड़ा दिखाना था कि देख तू जो मेरे बारे में बोल रहा है ना, मैं तेको देख के बताऊंगा. So it was very important. अगर वो नहीं होता तो उतनी आग नहीं होती. But maybe at the same time, Raja, I also want to say that some people buckle under pressure.
Right.
Fortunately, I didn't buckle. But I'm saying that all of that matters. It's such a complicated mix. You don't know why certain things work, why certain things don't work. So I would say that a lot of it is a logical universe, but there's also a magical universe, which I have no answers to. So I will say that a lot of prayer, meditation, centering yourself, breathing in, not getting stressed, becoming very aware of the moments when you are getting when somebody says something, you get very agitated, and realizing, as I see, you're getting agitated. See how you're behaving. See how analyzing. Fortunately, I also live by myself, so I'm lucky that I have nobody to have a conversation with. In a way, it's good, because it's more important to have a conversation with yourself And if you are happy with yourself and you have some amount of value, self-love, if you have, then you can give that love to also others who can also learn from it. So in this, I would say, answering your question, some of it is coming from my own personal journey and my own strife, and a lot of it comes from the fact that I know that my life can be of some meaning to certain people, and that's about it. I also realize that a lot of it that I have received and whatever knowledge I'm getting is not my own. It's also because sometimes I'm channeling the energy of the universe that also is kind of propelling me. So I'm an instrument, and I am grateful that sometimes I can be the instrument like I am right now. But I have to tell you that a part of it is my personal life experience, and part of it is also the universe that supports you. So yeah, I'm very grateful to that, and I hope that this is also going to kind of really help the people out there, and they can look into their personal transformation and look at what they want and who they are, and figure that mix out, and join the dots and move forward.
Right. Well, Terence, real quick. So this is what I've read somewhere. Everything that you're looking on the outer world is already present inside you. You're looking for love, you're looking for happiness, you're looking for emotions, and different types of things is already present inside you. And all you need to do is reach in, pull it out, and then maybe give it to the world out there.
Yeah.
Like, if I really have to, nutshell this entire thing right here, like the kid that was Terence, grew up in a chawl, hunger for more, want to do this, want to prove the siblings wrong, want to take it on himself, grab the bull by the horns, go at it. Then you grew, then you got your 10 movies under the kitty, all of that type of stuff. Now at 45, I don't know the age. Terence told it to me right in this conversation, right?
So I'm not sensitive about my age. I proudly say I'm 45. I'm happy to be old.
I mean, now 40 is a new 30, as they say, right? So it is what it is. And just to quickly put it in that one quick capsule, what is that next stage of hunger that you already are? And something someone has asked us over here right after that, I would just like to join that. Do you believe in the law of attraction? And if yes, has it worked for you?
110% if there was something called 110%. And if you come to my house, you'll find the master book of the law of attraction, the BAP of law of attraction, is not the woman Rhonda Bynes who wrote the book of law of attraction, The Secret, but actually where she got it from is from this book. Okay, The Nature of Personal Reality.
When did you go through this entire search of your own self? When was this? What age were you?
From 20. I've been asking these questions since a kid, actually. I've been asking some very strange questions to my parents, and they were like, we don't know what you're asking. Why are you asking this? I've asked my teachers. Then I was a very religious kid. I used to go to church. I was Sunday school. I used to discuss the Bible and say, but God said this and now God is saying this. What is going on? Can't God make up his mind? And if God was so powerful, why did if he thinks that only Christians should be good, then why has he created this other? He only created these people. So why has he allowed them to kind of have another God? So I had very interesting questions which nobody could answer. And then when they couldn't answer, then I turned to spirituality. And I think it was in college that I started reading books on spirituality, on Sufism, on Hinduism, on the Vedic culture, on the Purans, of the ancient world. It attracted me, the ancient world, the ancient Mayans and the ancient civilization that were a higher evolved species. I started reading about these kind of people and how they had so much of love, interconnectedness, kindness, and I realized that I understood the duality of life. And I understood why our enemies are there, why people behave in a certain way. I understood empathy coming from a perspective that the same God has made the saint and the sinner. And there is their purpose in life. So, when you start seeing this as a whole, a spiritual world opens up to you, and that opens up many possibilities. Having said that, I'll also still say that I have not arrived. I am no Mahatma. I am just here sharing the journey as I'm going. My life is my work in progress. So whatever you get to know is my work in progress. It's not finished. It's not final.
Absolutely.
Okay. Nor will it be final even at the stage of my death.
Yeah.
So it will still continue. Okay. So, I don't know. I'm just here to understand this complexity of this beautiful thing called life and share it with you. And I may not have, and again, as I said, maybe I don't know everything, and maybe you need to figure it out. And also you're listening, maybe you might just know it better than me. So please trust yourself that probably you know better than me, and just go inwards, and probably you'll discover more things than I have.
Sometimes I think it's not even about better than you or better than him or better than her. It's about who knows what in what perspective, right? It's all about channelizing that entire thing. And no one's right, no one's wrong. It's a great thing. You know, I don't know which side you're coming with, which school of thought you're coming around with, all of that. It's been a beautiful conversation, Dr. Lewis. I'm going to address you as Dr. Lewis whenever I see you. That sounds
I have to get used to this title because it's just given to me a year back. So I'm also getting used to it.
Cool ring to that name, you know, Dr. Lewis, how you doing? So I'm always going to actually address you like that when I see you, Terence. And really quick, before we wrap it up and hand it back over to Pallavi, I'm going to ask you, you know, there's been a lot of things happening in this year of 2020. You know, we started off with saying, the decade is mine, let's go get it, blah, blah, blah. But as I see it, decade is 100%. 2.5% is what we are in right now, blah, 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 2.5 to 5%. Everyone's talking about what 2020 and the current situation and scenario has taken from us. What would you like to say that what has it given to humans as well? Is it
okay?
Right side?
So it's like this. Let me give you a simple example. You'll understand it.
Yeah.
There's a piece of land, okay, and everything on that land is beautiful and harmonious, and it's amazing. From the ecosystem of the germs to the worms to the the low life to the complex life called human beings and animals, everything is beautiful, and it's a beautiful paradise-like place. And then there is an earthquake, okay, or a volcano, okay, and it destroys everything. We don't know why it happens. It just happens, okay. But for the people who are in it, they think of it as like devastation. But very quickly, what happens is that a new life emerges, and it's a better life, and it's a change. And that is what we need to understand, that we have to accept this change. Okay, it's a new transition. Okay, it's a new world. Now, as whether you see the cup half full or half empty, it's up to you. Okay, when the tide is nice and smooth, nobody's complaining. But when it gets rough, that is when you will know whether the person can really withstand, or is he just riding the tide. So this 2020 will filter out people who really can, go against the tide and still make something about it. And that is who are those are the survivors, and they will, go beyond it. So, if you survive and you survive well, and you kind of also find your opportunity in this adversity, more power to you. God bless.
Thank you so much, Terence. It was an amazing conversation with you. And, even though this topic was all about, about motivational speaking, not cutting it through, like motivation talks don't work, this actually did work. And I'm sure it will plant a seed to a lot of minds out there that was listening to us. Thank you so much for being so amazing in this conversation.
Thank you
so much, Pallavi. I'm going to hand this over to you. But before we all head out, I'm going to say thank you so much to everybody joining us in the world of the internet web out there. It's amazing to be here and having a conversation with Terence. Salute to everybody out there at Edutainment. Pallavi, over to you. My name is Raja Mukherjee, and I will actually be hosting day after tomorrow. So see you guys.
Thank you.
All right, fantastic, Raja. Dr. Terence Lewis, oh my God. I mean, there was wealth of information there. There were gold nuggets there. Thank you very much. I truly mean this from the bottom of my heart. This was not motivational. This planted a seed deep within, and I'm sure all those young guns listening in definitely took back something from you. Thank you so much. As always, you've given, and you've given with an open heart. And God bless you, and more power to you as well. As Dr. John DeMartini says, and I've had a fantastic, very, very close interaction with this trainer of mine. And he says, if you don't have a cause bigger than yourself, you won't get beyond yourself. And thank you, Terence, for helping us understand that we do definitely need to get beyond ourselves and start thinking about how we can, really go out there and do that, weave that magic in the world. Thank you. Thank you once again. Thank you so much, Raja, for this wonderful conversation. Ciao. And yes, to every single one of you watching, I'm sure you thoroughly enjoyed that. I have to just share with you that do not forget to log in www.edutainmentshow.in. Register there, please. It is India's first 3D virtual education exhibition event for media and design. And, only if you register there, then can you be, can you partake of a contest that we're running for you. And of course, we have some really exciting things happening happening in the contest. So go right ahead and log in through your, go into those stalls, go ahead and pick 3 cookies from 3 different stalls and, on different topics. And yes, send us, screenshots, and then of course, we're going to be able to pick 3 lucky winners. They are going to get themselves Amazon vouchers, $1,000 each. Every single day, this is going to be happening. So you better keep logging in. All right. And yes, you do have free aptitude tests and career counseling provided to you by Ecole Intuit Lab. Also raffles, as well as Instituto Marangoni, Silica, and Whistling Woods International. Thank you very much to all these people who've come forward. And yes, we have very limited slots. So please hurry if you want that free aptitude test or that career counseling. All right. We will give you details on that in the chat right now. Okay. So let's go right ahead and watch this and get back after this short thing that you watch.
The Gurukul School of Design basically exemplifies the training in ideation and entrepreneur spirit. It's very important for us to keep an eye on the future of design. The students graduating must be able to cope up with the changes in the market. The universe of entrepreneurs is evolving at a rapid speed. So the idea for us really is to empower them to have a vision, execution, and also the semantics of the business of design.
The whole idea with Gurukul School of Designing is the attention which each and every student would get, which is the very Gurukul way of studying, which is very small classes where the teacher and the student have a one-to-one interaction.
The infrastructure that they get, the environment that they get is very rustic. It takes us back to our roots, which is the Guru Shishya kind of philosophy.
Here we are allowed to breathe into the creativity of our own style, and we are allowed to develop it, and it doesn't have to fit into any norms or conditions.
Through incorporating the culture, the knowledge that they have, the travels that they have done, the different foods that they have eaten, to incorporate all these little insights in the final project and to see that blooming up, it's amazing.
All right. Welcome back, everybody. I am still Pallavi Walia Raj. Well, the name doesn't change, right? But while you are, in absolute luck because we've got an amazing workshop session that we planned for you right now. We've got what we call and what they call Kirigami Workshop, your 3D Initial. It is powered by Gurukul School of Design. And yes, you have, we've been speaking about design all day long. You've got so many different versions and understanding of the word design, so to speak. But right now is that time when we actually give you something to implement and take you through this wonderful workshop. And to take you through this, we've got two amazing gurus. They are basically gurus at the Gurukul School of Design. We have with us Isadora Mayumi and also Andre Vitarelli. So Isadora and Andre, I'm going to hand this session over to you people because I know for a fact that every single person who's been, watching very keenly all day long has also been waiting for this particular workshop. Over to you.
Thank you so much. First of all, it's a huge pleasure to be here. Me and Andrea, we are here today. We are going to do a quick session for you guys that I think it's going to be really interesting for your career in the future as designers. And as Pallavi told, my name is Isadora. I have a little bit of a different accent and a different name because I came from Brazil. So I'm a product designer from Brazil that was invited by Gurukul to be part of the amazing team that they have. And we also have Andre here today with us.
Hello, everybody. I hope you can hear me. Like Isadora, I also have an accent. We are both from Brazil. I have known Isadora for a long time now, and we are happily working here at Gurukul School of Design. And I'm also a product designer. I have done my studies not only in Brazil, but also in Canada. And now I have been living here in India for 2.5 years or something. Yeah. And we are gurus at Gurukul School of Design.
Okay. So, guys, it's a huge pleasure to have you here, to be here today. I hope everybody is safe and sound at your places still during the quarantine. And before we start the workshop itself, we would like you to understand a little bit more about Gurukul School of Design. I know that most of you have not had the huge pleasure to be in Jaipur or to visit Jaipur, having in mind the design background. So we would like to show you a little bit of our campus and a little bit of how we work at Gurukul.
Yes.
So, Sanchit, yes, thank you.
The Gurukul School of Design basically exemplifies the training in ideation and entrepreneur spirit. It's very important for us to keep an eye on the future of design. The students graduating must be able to cope up with the changes in the market. The universe of entrepreneurs is evolving at a rapid speed. So the idea for us really is to empower them to have a vision, execution, and also the semantics of the business of design.
The whole idea with Gurukul School of Designing is the attention which each and every student would get, which is the very Gurukul way of studying, which is very small classes where the teacher and the student have a one-to-one interaction.
The infrastructure that they get, the environment that they get is very rustic. It takes us back to our roots, which is the Guru Shishya kind of philosophy.
Here we are allowed to breathe into the creativity of our own style, and we are allowed to develop it, and it doesn't have to fit into any norms or conditions.
We
also have specializations where you can explore different areas of the design field, and then you can explore a bit more some field that you may want to go into.
We cover everything from how they can sleep better and how they can eat better and how they can use their minds more productively. We introduce them to a bit of neuroscience and Carl Jung and philosophy. So it's trying to make the students more aware.
It's very important that more programs like this be put into place. Very important for schools to understand also what universities are looking for, and also engage with people like us who do offer a lot of internship programs to students as early as class 10 and 12.
I think it's extremely important that we teach our young people to become design thinkers and to be connected to the world of design.
What we need in our modern education system, it brings design center stage, reflection of who we are, and to bring about design in every aspect of our lives, cultural, intellectual and spiritual.
There's an innate genius in the people of this country. We must make this genius into something which is very global and which will occupy a very seminal place on the globe. And to have somebody like Raghu come and start a design school where he's going to train young people with an Indian ethos, with the Indian culture, the Indian attitude, to be among the best in the world.
हम कहते हैं कि भारत is considered as the Vishwa Guru because of its Vedas, Puranas, and of course, the beautiful arts. We should do concentrate on American design or European design or Australian design, but our Bharat design is a great than every country.
Raghavendra Rathor's initiative on design education is a wonderful idea. He will reach out and help people enhance their creative spirit, but do it in a manner that they can actually use it to create careers for themselves.
Apart from the curriculum, we are also exposed to some marvelous experiences.
We go on excursions, we go on trips, and we have other outdoor activities as well as theory projects that we have to do.
Then we have workshops like tie and dye, filmmaking, and many more.
I believe that it makes me feel prepared for the industry that I'm supposed to work in.
To explore incorporating the culture, the knowledge that they have, the travels that they have done, the different foods that they have eaten, to incorporate all these little insights in the final project and to see that blooming up, it's amazing.
We are trying to send the students outside to the professional people where actually they have the interaction one-to-one with this, the best industry people.
You should be blessed that you're studying in a city like Jaipur, which is a city that inspires me, inspires, I think, so many designers all over the world. You're sitting in the heart of a creative place.
The history of Jaipur was that the king got all the artisans from all over the country towards Jaipur so that he could promote like poetry and art and different traditions. And that's why Jaipur is so culturally rich as well.
You all are actually living at an incredible time in India's history. If you look at the demographics of the country, it's going to be the country with incredible demand because there's so much youth.
You need to be true to yourself, follow your dreams, and be consistent at it.
The whole course is so interdisciplinary. We teach students how to create a concept first and then how to take it to the design, which is going to be contemporary and can sustain in the current market.
So you don't want to learn something that is being designed for people who are in the Western Hemisphere. You want to learn and have the training so you can actually unleash your talent and commercialize it as soon as possible for the market that they're going to inherit.
Thank you so much for the video. Hopefully now you guys are able to understand a little bit more about Gurukul. The way that we think about having a class is completely different from the other colleges. We really want people who want to be entrepreneurs. We combine the methodology is like basic understanding what are the main things that India, the culture of India, has to offer, and combine that with the newest technology in the industry. So we do a merger of what is old with the new, and I think this is essential for you guys who want to be designer at this period. Another thing that is really interesting about GSD is that these specializations that we have 4 specializations, you are able to shift through it. And this is because of the 360 design. We believe that design is only one huge area, so we want you to experiment in different areas. So even, for example, the workshop that we are going to give to you guys today is a version of that. Is a motion of 3D exploration that is usually taken in the product design field. And we are going to incorporate with visual communication, which is you trying to express yourself in a 2D way. So at Gurukul, we try to combine all the different specializations that we have, which is lifestyle accessories, which is product design, visual communication, we have textile design, and fashion design. So we try to incorporate all these 4 together in order for you to have a complete sense of what you need when you become an entrepreneur at the end, right? Okay, guys, so I hope everybody's ready. We are going to start the workshop right now. And as I said before, I think you guys all received the email and the memo. We are going to need a few materials for today. So we are going to need a piece of paper, white paper, common one, okay? Here at my place, I only had a big sheet of it. We are going to need tape or glue, whatever you guys have, a marker or a regular pen, scissors, and if you guys need some kind of support, maybe a ruler, but it's not essential, okay? So in the next slide, I think you guys are going to see a little bit more clear where to start, okay? Next slide, please. Yes, so the first thing that I would like you guys to think about is for you guys to select the letter that you have. So today, unfortunately, due to the time, we are going to be able to do only one letter. So right now I have started doing already this exercise at home. Okay, I don't know if you guys can see the G and the S. So I'm going to select the D, okay? And why it's so important? Because today we are going to do with a bold typography, okay? So it needs to be like, you need this space for you to explore, okay? So I'm going to take my paper. If you guys go for the next slide, I'm going to take a piece of blank paper that I have, and I'm going to write it down the letter that I have selected. So if you go to the next slide, you can see that I'm going to select the letter D. So you guys are going to see with me writing down the letter D at the piece of paper, okay? So first thing, I'm not going to be able to showcase my paper because the camera doesn't allow me, but we are going to do this together, okay? Guys, don't worry of being perfect. So in my case, wait, can you guys see? I did a D, it's not perfect, it's not completely symmetrical, but it's fine, okay? So if you guys have a big piece of paper as the same as I have, please write down the D twice, okay? And cut it down. So the first thing that I'm going to do is, since I want the D to be completely similar to the other one, I'm going to write down the D, going to get my scissor, and I'm going to cut it down. Okay, so cut, take the scissor, cut whatever letter you have. Okay, just remember that it needs to be bold enough. This one that we are creating is going to be the base for our kirigami workshop. Okay, and kirigami is, I know that you guys find the word a little bit similar to origami, and it's because it is. It's almost like the cousin. So origami, as you guys know, you're not allowed to cut, but in kirigami you are, okay? It's all about cutting. So I'm almost finishing up cutting my D. Just going to cut the center of it. Hope you guys are doing with me. So far, I think it's so good. Okay, if you guys have any questions for now, you can ask, but so far I think it's quite easy for you guys to catch on. Okay, so I'm finishing up my D. Okay, so I have a 3D with me. And now what, guys, another thing that is important, keep the leftovers close to you, okay? We are going to need that. Now what I'm going to do is, since I have this mold with me, I'm going to place on the paper again and do the D again, okay? So you're going to have the same D twice, exactly the same. So place one on top of the paper that you have, okay? Take your pen and mark it down, okay? Doing the same thing, marking it down. Mark it down, mark it down. And guys, why it's so interesting, as I said before, like for you guys to learn this technique is that it's super easy, okay? But the result is going to be awesome. And you're going to be able to explore yourself and to explore your creativity. Okay, so I have the same G. As you guys can see, wait, no,
it's too white.
Too white. Okay, as you guys can see right now, you guys can see that? Yes, it's not perfect. Again,
but we got it. You have like 2 Ds now.
Yes, the idea is not to be perfect. It's just for you guys to have the same D twice. Okay?
So we are going to like explore the thickness of it, right?
Yes, exactly. The goal for this Kirigami 3D is not going to be, it's going to be a 2D, 3D. We are going to explore the different layers that we can do on top of the paper, okay? So right now, same thing, cutting my D, okay? Putting the rest of the paper aside. Don't throw it out, the leftovers. We're going to use all the paper. At GSD, if you guys don't know, I think it's the first time that you guys are hearing about it, we are very sustainable. So what we try to use all the leftovers that we have, okay? And right here, finishing up my D. Hope everybody has that your letter with you. So right now I have 2 Ds with me, okay? Now, if you guys see the next slide, what you guys are going to do is, you guys are going to take the same pen that you used before, and you're going to draw shapes on it, okay? My suggestion for you is try to do 2 lines in the beginning until you guys get the hang out of it, and then in the future, if you want to do more variations and more shapes, you can, okay? So I'm going to take one of the copies that I have, and I'm going to create these crazy lines on it. So on mine, can you guys see? I did like melting in one, and then I'm going to continue to do these kind of crazy lines to it. Okay, so just explore the shape to it. And now what you guys are going to do is first memorize that the order that it is. Okay, this is very, very important. And if you guys want to color it up, you can, okay? Right now I have this marker and I'm going to color it up super fast so that it's a little bit easier for you guys to see through, okay? So what I'm going to do is, I have a marker, I'm just going to color it up the middle part so that you guys can see a little bit more clear during the presentation. Okay.
And these lines can be like whatever you want, just it should be like inside the D.
Yes, so the idea that we're trying to do here today is to explore the different layers that we can do and the different shapes that we can do inside of the D, okay? Inside of the letter that you have with you, okay? Just finishing up. If you color it up, the result in the end is a little bit more interesting, but you don't have to, okay? Again, this is one way for you guys to explore your vision. So in mine, can you see that I just color it up the middle part so it's easier for you guys to see the different shapes, okay? Now, what we are going to do is, what we want to play around is with the different levels. So if you have a leftover of the paper, the same as I did, I have, for example, the inside of the D. We are going to use this little piece of paper, and we are going to do an accordion. I think you guys can do that very, very easily. Nothing major. But remember that in the end, in this, we are going to have 3 areas, okay? So the first area is this one, second one is the orange one, and third is the other white one. So we want to have different heights for these 3 areas, okay? What I'm going to do is, the white one is going to be the highest one, and the orange, okay, clear? So we're going to try to do 2 different heights for this. One is going to be higher, and the other one is going to be lower. What I'm going to do is, I'm going to take a strip of the piece of the paper that I had left over, and again, it doesn't matter much of the height that you're going to do while folding, but remember that now we have established that the white one is going to be higher than the other one. So this is important for us to achieve our final results, okay? And guys, these kind of words, layers, levels, you guys are going to use a lot in your design world, okay? So usually we play around with layers on Photoshop, Illustrator, and these are a few of the softwares that we use on a daily basis, okay? So since I had a long strap, I could do a long accordion. Again, guys, super easy for you guys to do. And what we are going to do is, I'm going to count. I want 4, can you see that in the accordion we have like this layer? So I want 1, 2, 3, 4 for the highest one, okay? So cut 4. And then in the next one, same thing. I will need 2 big ones and 1 smaller one. So 1, 2, 3, 4, cut it again. So now we have 2 big ones that is going to have this height, and I want one that is going to be smaller. So I want one that only has 2 sides, 1, 2, okay? So in the end, the different heights, let me see if you guys are going to be able to see. It's going to be this, okay? Can you guys see that this one is longer than this? That's all that you guys are going to need, okay? So we are going to need actually 2 of the small. If you guys are following my D, I'm going to need 2 of the small because I have 2 separate pieces, okay? So I'm going to cut the rest of my paper again. Leave it to the side, okay? Now, if we go to the next one, what we need to do is, you guys are going to glue this, give it a take like in the middle of this area here, okay? So in mine, for example, I can see that I have a big space over here. So I try to glue somewhere around the middle, okay? So I'm going to take my big one. I don't have with me right now glue, but I have tape, okay? So I'm going to take a piece of tape. Not sure if you guys were able to see it. No, and I'm going to glue somewhere around here in the middle. Okay, so right now it's going to be like this. Okay, awesome. First step done. So glue it, give it a take in the middle. Now I'm going to take this piece of the G, I'm going to cut it, okay, accordingly to the shape that you have created. Okay, so that's why if you color it up, it gets a little bit easier for you to cut. But again, don't need to stress. Okay, cutting. Okay, so the first part that I have is this strange part right now, okay? And now what we are going to do is we are going to glue this back part into the accordion that you just did, okay? I'm going to take one piece of tape again. I'm going to place, if you have the glue, it's actually easier for this, okay? I'm going to place somewhere here in the middle. going to make sure that it is matching the end of the paper. Okay, so now what we have is this D. Okay, so now can you see that it is like this if you flip? Okay, so now you have like, woo, a bouncing part of the D. Next part that we are going to do, the same thing with the other parts. Okay, so now we have decided that the orange parts, they are going to be slightly lower than the other one. Okay, so cut. I have an orange part. I have a small piece of my accordion. Take the tape again, glue it in the middle. Okay, for this one we only want a small height, so that's why we are placing it towards the middle, and we're only using a height of 2. Okay, take this, glue with the tape. My accordion is here already with the middle part, the middle section. Place it on top. Okay, and now we are going to have a minute. Okay, now we have a different layer. Okay, can you guys see that the heights are different? Do the same with the other piece that you have, the other orange piece. Okay, cut it. Okay, so now I have the last pieces with me. Just make sure that you remember what was your original design for it. Otherwise, you will get confused. Okay? So as I said, today, due to the time that we have, that's why I recommended only 2 lines, so that you guys are able to understand the technique and be an expert on it. But in the future, if you want to explore more, if you want to work with variations of it, you can. Okay, so right now what I have a bouncing D. You guys can even do a GIF. And
So the side.
And here in the side, yes. And here we have ones that have a smaller height to it. Okay, and now the last one that we're going to do is the back one. So I'm taking the last accordion that I have, taking a tape, and just finishing up with this one. Gluing my accordion, taking a piece, okay? And the idea for you guys is to explore and to think of different possibilities to it.
Do you think if the paper is like thicker, the result is more better?
Exactly, exactly. So if you guys have a thicker paper, it's going to work way better than this. But I know that due to the COVID, not everyone is able to have the materials available for us. So now I have, as I said, I have started with the GS. Oh, okay, sorry. I have started with the GS, and now we have
the D.
The D. Okay, so we have completed our letter. Okay, and yes, and what you guys can do now is what is very interesting is that how you guys can use that in the future. How you guys can use that to be the cover of a book. So your sketchbook, if you guys want. You can use that to be, for example, I used to put these kind of styles on my door, so everybody in the room, in the house, knew which was my room, which is this. Okay, and even this is very interesting for you guys to put on your portfolio. Okay, when you're showcasing for the college, for the entrance exams, you guys can also use that. Okay, because again, as I said, it's important because you showcase what is the kind of personality that you have. So depending on the shapes and the kind of qualities that you want to do with the paper, you can showcase a little bit more of your personality. And it's also showcasing that you have a coordination, okay, which is very, very important in design. You don't need to be extra super skilled to be a designer, but you need to showcase how to represent your idea. And or you're good at sketching, or you can be good at creating little models as this one. So either of the two is going to help you a lot to be a designer. Okay. So guys, any specific questions for now?
Any doubts about GSD, about the technique, about us, about the college? We're here for you.
About the kirigami technique, any doubts for now?
I got it.
You got it. Great. So a few other things that usually people discuss is usually the students ask a little bit about GSD and, for example, how to choose design. And I know that you guys are right now just finishing up the after 12, and it's not an easy path for you guys to choose because it's not that traditional. But I can assure you to you guys that is a very, you can be very successful, you can be very happy being a designer. So it's important for you guys to keep that in mind and be able to convince your parents. Because I know that me and Andrew, we had to convince our parents. As I said, it's very new, but it's really important for you guys to be able to identify if you guys have this kind of passion.
Zadora, we got a question.
Great.
They got confused. How many Ds have we made now?
So in the end, you guys have created one D, okay? One three-dimensional D. So
yeah, you need one for the base, right? And then the other one to make the layers.
So the first D that you guys have is this one here in the back that I glued, see? And the other D that we have is the one that we cut it, okay? So this piece is from that first D that we draw on top, okay? This is the other part that we draw on top and I color it up, okay? So the idea is for you guys to have two Ds in this part. The first one is going to be the base for you guys to be able to place it wherever you want. And the other one is that you guys are going to do the kirigami technique. You're going to cut it and you are going to place wherever you want. Okay.
Yeah, so you can have like how many Ds you want. You just need one as base and the rest you top it.
Yes, if you guys want to create another layer on top of this layer, please feel free to do that. I think the more you do, the more you explore the shapes and the more you explore the possibilities of layering, the more interesting your piece is going to be, for sure.
They're asking the main difference. Yeah.
So as I said in the beginning, so origami and kirigami, they're very similar techniques. The main difference is that origami, usually you're not allowed to cut. You're allowed to cut the initial shape, which usually is a square. And the kirigami technique is any kind of a folding that you do that involves cutting, okay? So in this one, since we cutted these shapes, it's called kirigami, okay?
Both is about like handling the paper, achieving like new shapes.
Okay. So that is the idea of kirigami and origami, okay? And one of the things that when I was after my 12, that I realized is that I used to love to do origami. I used to love to explore with paper. And this for me was a very good boost for me to understand that, okay, how do I use that as a designer? Because sometimes I know that we're not that clear even what design is about. We understand, okay, it's solving problems, but what problems, right? So it's very interesting for you to understand that if you have to develop any kind of product, you have to make a test. You have to do a small prototype before. And one way for you to test it out, if the volume, if the size of it is working or not, is through origami techniques, is for you to fold a few papers and create small models of it, okay?
So that's why it's interesting for you guys from now to start developing and exploring shapes with paper, okay? Because in the future, as a professional, you guys are going to use that, okay?
And it's interesting how we deal like with the 2D and the 3D at the same time.
Yes, because this is very important. We are thinking about, we have one idea, usually that's how we do, right?
And then we have like a flat idea.
Yes, we have a flat idea. So usually, if you guys have an idea, usually we doodle up in the end of our sketchbook or whatever notebook we have. We usually sketch and doodle up a few ideas. And then how do you change that to a three-dimensional idea? And how do you change that to a final product? That's the main thing and the main catch that a designer has to do. How do you convince someone that your idea is good? How do you convince that what you are creating is going to be interesting enough, right? So that's how you do it, okay? By taking ideas that are 2D and transforming them into 3D, okay? Any other questions for now, guys? Again, don't feel shy. That's the moment for you guys to ask, okay? Now I have my GSD complete. Any other questions? Okay, someone is asking if Kirigami is part of product designing. No, what part of product designing is actually developing prototypes and mock-ups, okay? Which are small models that can be from any kind of material that you want. But usually, especially if you're dealing with a mock-up, which is like a previous version of the prototype, we usually tend to do these kind of models, small models with materials that are not expensive. Because again, we are just trying to explore the ideas that we have in our brain. So we have to test it out if the color is good, if the material is going to work, if the sizing is okay, if it is too small or too big. And this, as we're talking about product designing, it depends on the area that you are specific, that you're trying to do, that you're trying to create. So for example, if you're creating a car, which is part of the product design world, usually the mock-up that they do is with clay. Okay, it's a cheaper material. But for example, if you're dealing with bags, which is something very common and between the fashion world and the product world, usually we do first with paper to see the size of it, to see if the foldings are working. And then we do with the final material. Usually if you're aiming, for example, for a leather bag, usually we do maybe I forgot the name. A cheaper material. So Mussolini.
It's like a kind of like a fabric, right?
Like a canva, like a canva fabric. So usually we use a cheaper material, and then we go for the final one. Because, for example, leather is too expensive. So imagine that you have the final bag. You have created a beautiful bag. Your design, your idea in 2D was amazing, but then when you created, it was too big. Or maybe it was too small. You are creating, for example, a bag for a laptop.
Oh, it's not possible to sew.
Yes. So you have to test it out before, okay? So kirigami, origami, these are techniques that we use in product designing for this part of prototyping. Okay.
And each designer has a technique that they like. It's not like everybody uses. Like it's like if you feel like if it's part of your work.
Okay, so it's not mandatory. It depends of what is the kind of facility that you have, what kind of easiness that you have with the material. Origami and kirigami, these are cheap resources that we have. You can use paper, you can use, although we have papers that are super expensive, but you can use regular paper and you are able to obtain like amazing results and interesting results that you are able to express yourself. So even these exercises that we just did, again, the material that I had here was office paper, the same as you guys, nothing much, okay? And the kind of market that I have, again, I bought at Miniso. So, but when you combine, when you're able to understand the technique, then you're able to combine that and to create something in this. Okay. We have another question. In what way can I use Kirigami in my daily professional life? Okay, we just talked a little bit about it, how we use Kirigami, especially for prototyping. But for example, if you decided to go for visual communication, or if you decided to go with textiles design, Kirigami is also a technique that you can explore different shapes, different cuttings, different patterns. That is going to help you to be a textile designer or a visual communication designer. Okay, so this kind of exercise, as this one that we just did, is common for example for visual communication, for graphic design, where you literally need to think about 2D and transform that in a 3D way. Okay, I hope that question. Okay, the PT asked, I can see Kirigami being used in pop-up carts too. Please correct me if I'm wrong. Where all I can use it? Any interesting examples? Yes, the PT, I think you had a great memory, and pop-up carts is another way for you to use the Kirigami technique. Okay, I strongly recommend you guys to go to Pinterest, to go to Behance, which is a website that most of the designers use to showcase your portfolio. So it's a good example of where you can find pop-up creations. Okay, but good example. I have forgotten about the pop-up cards. Great. Okay. Okay, guys, I think we are over with the questions.
All right, so that was an absolutely fantastic session. Thank you very much, Isadora. Thank you very much, Andre, for a wonderful session. I'm sure that everybody who was watching in learned so much, and in fact, they were able to do it along with you because you were nice and slow in your explanation. Super job. Thank you very much. And, I've understood a little bit about Kirigami myself, so I don't belong to the field at all. So thank you very much for a wonderful workshop session. And I'm sure that they're definitely going to have more sessions from you. All right.
Sure.
So everybody who's been watching in, I know for a fact that, this entire day we've been speaking so much about design. And, I just have to say this, that style can come and go, but good design is a language, is that kind of communication that, it's not style, right? It's not a style that can just come and go. That's what good design has to be like. And therefore, I urge each and every one of you who love this field to delve deeper and deeper and really look at how you can communicate a lot better with your designs, because at the end of the day, that is what design is really meant for. Okay, great. I just want to be able to share with you that this is day 5, but end of day 5. I started the day on a high with you, and I'm ending the day on a high with you as well. So day 5 has gone down very, very successfully. Thanks to the last session also by Isadora and Andre. Yeah, and yes, we do have the show that definitely keeps going on and on and on for the next 5 days. 20th of June 2020 is your last day, but tomorrow, do not forget to log in. I must also tell you that you must take maximum advantage of this time of the Edutainment Show 2020. It's happening virtually. You're in the confines of your home, but your learning does not need to stop, right? I mean, this is really enriching each and every one of you who's watching in. So definitely log in to www.edutainmentshow.in. Even for tomorrow, the session starts at 1:30, but I also want you to log in and participate in India's first 3D virtual education exhibition event for media and design, because you just have to be part of it, because we've got so many wonderful goodies to give away. All right, we've got contests happening, and the only time that you can really take advantage of that contest is when you actually log in, right? So that's your step number 1. Of course, your step number 2 is to enter the virtual expo, literally. Okay. The step number 3 is for you to go to different stalls. This repeats tomorrow as well. That is the reason why I'm sharing this with you. Okay. Once again, So, well, you need to visit all these stalls. You need to look for cookies, precisely 3 of them, in the different document section, and you need to look out for these cookies from 3 different stalls. Don't look out in the same stall. Okay, collect these, of course. Take screenshots and then send us that email to edu_giveaway@eventcapital.in. All right, and of course, we are going to pick 3 lucky winners. You stand a chance to win Amazon vouchers worth 1,000 rupees each. This is going to happen day after day after day after day. All right. So I'm sure that we're already up for it today, and a few things have already happened today. Tomorrow is a brand new day, and it will definitely happen tomorrow as well. I also need to tell you that we do have an aptitude test and a career counseling sessions as well, and they're very limited in number. So please, we definitely need to say a big thank you to Ecole Intuit Lab, Raffles, Instituto Marangoni, Silica, as well as Whistling Woods International for this wonderful offer. But go right ahead and avail of it, okay? Because otherwise you're going to lose out on the opportunity. The team is going to send you in the chat box which site you need to log into or which number you can call in order to avail of your aptitude test as well as your career counseling session. Okay. So at the end of day 5, I've had a blast with you people. I've loved the fact that you're lifelong learners, and I pray and hope that you continue to be so, and learn so much more, because I'd like to leave you with this thought-provoking words of W.B. Yeats, who says that education is not the filling of a bucket, but it's the lighting of a fire. And yes, after this phenomenal day 5, we can't even say we didn't stop the fire. Of course we started the fire, right or not? Yeah. And I'm so happy that I was able to do this with you on day 5. I'm Pallavi Valia Raj, your host with the most, signing off. Yes, of course, you can definitely follow me on social media as well. So I'm all over the place in terms of Facebook, Insta, wherever you want to find me. Also on YouTube. But tune in tomorrow as well to Edutainment Show Live 2020, because you're going to have an absolute blast. Okay, 1:30 p.m. sharp sessions begin, and I'm going to see you. No, I'm not me. I'm going to see you online. I'm going to be one of the people watching in, but you're going to have your host signing in tomorrow as well, and you're going to have a blast with that host as well. Having said that, ladies and gentlemen, mwah, love you guys. Thank you very much. Continue the learning and have loads of fun in life. God bless you. Stay safe and be positive at all times. Ciao.